And I'll share the screen. Okay, so you should be able to see that now. That's our civil book. We have as well the this manual here, which is the takeoff training guide, and it is, pretty extensive, but we're going to actually be, instead of going through all of these individual commands, we're going to actually go into the tutorial. We'll basically be starting at that when we get to this particular file. Okay. So a couple of things I want to point at. First of all, to ask you is, do you have, like, what particular Carlson product are you running? Are you running Takeoff R12, or are you running the construction module or that kind of stuff? So you have construction on IntelliCAD. Okay, that's perfect. All right, 2022 edition. That should be fine. I'll be using 2025, but so whatever differences should be still fairly cosmetic. But a couple of things that are sort of important to get started here are some of the settings, and those are going to be the ones that are going to apply to Takeoff or on the construction module. Now, the construction module itself, of course, includes, or it includes tools under some of the commands that are found in the survey module, some commands that are found in the civil module. For instance, you've got centerline and profile, you've got road design, all those different types of things, some surface modeling commands separate from the typical takeoff workflow. But we're going to be focusing on the takeoff workflow, whereas what we did before under civil, if we look at, let me go back here, let me see if I can find. We talked about in civil about creating surfaces by selecting a bunch of data. We put a boundary around it, that sort of thing. And then we let it generate our surface based on the elevations of all of the data that we selected, whether those are 3D lines or points or anything with an elevation, unless we did not select it, got included. Now, the difference that we're going to be focusing on with Takeoff is that instead of selecting the individual elements that make up the surface that you're trying to generate, which you could still do, but we're going to be doing this based on the layers that those elements are created on. So this is going to be a layers-based definition, and in addition to that, we're going to be looking at how Takeoff assigns materials to those elements. And those are any particular closed polyline boundaries. Within those boundaries will be the, we can define what makes up the material underneath the top surface of the ground, and it will accumulate all of those materials for us when we go to calculate. It's no longer just a volume from the top surface to the top surface, but this will also include the amount, let's say if you've got an 8-inch stone base and a 10-inch asphalt sub base and then a 2-inch asphalt layer, all of those different things that you might have underneath, say, a parking lot boundary or a roadway boundary. It's going to accumulate all those different materials and allow you to um, get your cost estimates and your volumes for your materials that way. It also has the effect of even though you're defining the top of the surface, but when you give it the material depths, it actually creates a surface, or actually multiple surfaces, down below that outline that would represent the top of the subgrade. So you don't have to do say a dozer dial down when you're using a bulldozer to do machine control. It can just grade to that top of subgrade surface. Okay, so we've got a number of things to take a look at in our settings. So to get started, let's go to Carlson. We'll go ahead and load it up. And once that loads, we're just going to open an empty file for right now. We don't really we just make a new file. So we'll just choose from our start screen if you have it open, or if not, pull down the file menu and choose new. But if you do work from the start screen, we're just going to choose this new drawing option once this settles down. There we go, new drawing. So the new drawing, I'm going to go next. I'll choose a template. I'll just take the default that it's pointing to. I'll choose next. And then as I step through the drawing wizard, I'm going to set, and I'm going to point to my training folder location. I'm here in data sets. And we'll put this under working, and we'll just call this class example 1. And we'll leave it as a 20 scale, and I've got it set to Pennsylvania South for my state plane coordinate projection, which none of that matters for what we're doing right now. We can just take it or not set it if we want. We choose next. We're going to just accept the coordinate file suggested by the same name, no import. We'll say next. And now we come back, we've got an empty drawing. But what we want to take a look at are some settings that we're going to talk about. So when we are working in takeoff, there's a certain group of settings. So if we go to the settings menu, first of all, let me switch, make sure that I'm I'm in my takeoff module, because I see I've got my takeoff menu that's there. If I'm not, I need to go to settings, Carlson menus, which is right here, and then choose construction menu. That would get me to this takeoff. So I'm going to go to my settings menu, and I'm going to choose Carlson configure. Now of these, and if you recall from your civil class, we went over all of this stuff, object linking and all those different things. That's some pretty good depth. We don't need to worry about that. But let's take a look at this bottom button on the left, the takeoff/SiteNet settings. Okay, and this is going to be where we get some real benefit out of what we're going to be doing when we work through this particular workflow. So there's a couple of key sections here. There's this box up here in the upper left called surface modeling that incorporates these settings. There's some surface file suffixes that we have down here where we assign a suffix to go in a surface file name. We'll talk about that in just a second. And then over here in the upper right is where some real efficiencies can actually be had. And these are going to be these color assignments. So we'll talk about these sort of in order. Well, not sort of in order, but grouped by those three groupings. So when we look at this surface file suffixes, now what that means is when you do takeoff, when you do this particular workflow, if you remember in Civil, when you created a surface, you used a command called triangulate and contour, and you gave it a file name, and it was a file name of your choosing. It could have been anything. In takeoff, as a point of contrast, you basically have two, sometimes three, if you're working on this over excavation suffix, but even that's the same name. But we have basically two surface conditions. We have an original ground. That's what you see in this first little grouping, original ground suffixes. And then you have a design surface suffixes. So you have those two conditions. You've got the original ground and you've got the design. Those are the only two conditions that we're really going to be working with. And when it makes these surfaces, it's going to name those surfaces the same name as the drawing file. And then it's going to put these little suffixes at the end of that name. So in this case, we've got a drawing file called class example 1.dwg. Once I set everything up and say make existing and make design, it's going to actually make 6 different surface files. There's going to be one called class example 1-OG, which you see right here in this first one. There's going to be a class example 1-ZE-EX-BS-ZN-FN, and if we're using over excavations, -OX. Now these suffixes can be anything you want to call them. You can change the names of those to be more descriptive if you like. These are the defaults. And the way I like to think about them is these are the three different sort of conditions that we're going to have on our group of surfaces. What we say before adjustments, that's the original or the top of the surface, the topmost of whatever goes in to define that surface. So the original ground under, the existing conditions, that's basically all of those ground level elevations. And it's the original ground. That's why, and it says, that's why OG stands for original ground. And that's before any adjustments. Likewise, on the design side, once you've defined things and it reads the elevations for the top of the final surface, that is going to be our base level or a basic design surface. And that's why it has a -BS as an extension. Again, you can name them whatever you'd like to name them. But then to those two conditions, we have two types of adjustments that we can make. We can create any kind of subgrades, okay? And in the existing conditions work, those subgrades would be, I don't know if you're familiar much with drill hole data, where when you take a drill, a test drill or a test boring or a core drill down through the ground, you're going to get, so many feet of or so many inches of topsoil, and then so many feet of a particular type of soil, and then another type of soil or maybe rock, different things like that. So you can define those various subgrades. In the design side of the picture, those subgrades are going to be where we define the thickness of our various materials. So if we're out in the parking lot, the dash BS surface represents the top final asphalt surface. Any subgrade adjustments would be where we define like the thickness of the wearing course, the binding course, uh, the maybe whatever the subgrade is made out of, whether it's asphalt or concrete or just a stone base, and then a well-graded aggregate underneath that for a subgrade under that, under the base grade. So all of those thicknesses within the footprint of the outline of that material is going to be all of those subgrades that get taken out. And so the surface that gets defined with the dash ZN suffix in the case of design, or the dash ZE in the case of the existing ground, those are called zonal adjustments, and it basically takes out whatever we've told it has zones is for subgrade zones. That's going to be down to the bottom most of those subgrade zones. Okay. And then we also have the third condition is for topsoil. And in the case of the original ground, like we can define certain areas that have a certain thickness of topsoil, and we know where we're going to have topsoil stripping and topsoil placement. So again, those will be adjusted out. Those thicknesses will be adjusted away from those particular surfaces. So you wind up with these basically 6 different surfaces. Sometimes they're one and the same. Let's say you don't put any topsoil adjustment in the process, then you've got, then those are basically going to be the same as the zone adjustment surfaces. Okay. So, but what they do is, again, you're going to get these 6 surface files, same file name as the drawing name with these suffixes, and then they have an extension on them of a .tin, just like we did when we did triangulate and contour, and we created a file of a given name. Okay. So those are how those are going to work. In our workflow, these are generated by the command that says make existing, and that will make those 3 existing surfaces. And there's another command that says make design, and that will go out and gather up all the information it needs and create those surfaces and those 3 surfaces for there. Okay. Now, looking above, when we talk about the surface modeling, here's some options that you can use, yes or no, however you want to do it, is, in fact, I'm going to turn that one on. Several different things. You've got an extrapolate surface to the boundary perimeter. Now, what this means is, let's say you've defined a boundary that goes around everything in your drawing, that it represents the edges of where you want to calculate your materials out to. If you do not say extrapolate the surface to the boundary perimeter, I'll show you this in a minute when we have some actual line work to look at. But what that means is that, let's say you've got just an overall parking lot around a building and a bunch of stuff, and it's got a paved parking lot all the way around it. Right, that's the outside edges of your design condition, is that back edge of that curb around the parking lot. But the boundary we might have being further outside than that. And maybe we've got existing conditions out in that area, and so it would create those existing surfaces out there. However, it would stop the design surface at the back edge of the design elements. Okay. If we say extrapolate the surface to the boundary perimeter, then if we don't have enough information out there outside of our outermost uh, set of data, for instance, that, for example, our speaking example, anything outside of that ringed parking lot perimeter, then if we do not extrapolate out to the boundary, it's just out there wherever it is in space. It might be 3 feet above the ground at the back edge of curb, and it makes just a vertical slice right there from that top edge. But in reality, we know that it's going to go from that wherever it is in the air, either above or below the existing ground, and it needs to tie to the existing ground. Now, I have mine turned off. You might think that that makes it more sensible to extrapolate that to the boundary perimeter, and that would be the case. But what normally would happen is that it just pushes the last slope that it had on the interior of that data and just pushes it out to the edges of the boundary. So it's not really all that accurate or representative of what's going on. The better practice, and the reason I have mine unchecked, is that once you've defined the outermost edges, we're going to take those outermost edges and we're going to tie them back into the existing ground purposely at a given slope. So then we're going to basically create that additional tie-in from one condition to the other. So that's why I typically leave that unchecked. I'm going to use a use a binary triangulation file format. There's no particular need to use a non-binary or an ASCII text-only file format unless we were exchanging data with other programs that needed it for any particular reason. So we'll leave that one turned on. Now, the minimize flats, you want to turn those on in a couple of conditions. Let's say you've got just drawn contours. Now, if you remember from my civil class, I'm not a big fan of creating surface files from drawn contours. It's like taking a photocopy of a photocopy of a photocopy. You keep losing information. However, sometimes that's all we got, okay? So in the case of existing surfaces, if you're just modeling from existing contours, you want to make sure that you turn that switch on. And the same thing would be for design surface, because sometimes all we have are drawn, finished final contours, the grading contours, proposed grading, whatever. And so if we're going to define our surface based on those contours, then we would also want to minimize the flat triangles for that design surface. However, if we have other data, like we have 3D line work that represents the elevation of features as they run, like curb lines and sidewalk edges and things like that, then you don't want to minimize flats because sometimes those flats are valid and you want to keep them in the process. Okay, so it's sort of a trade-off type of game. And then finally, the densified break lines, and you may or may not have that switch in your version, but that allows the software as it calculates these surfaces to add in additional points um, into that line work. In this case, with this interval of 10, that means every 10 feet, drop a point into that line work and make that a corner of a triangle. Otherwise, it just goes to the defined ends of it, okay? Let me see, you've been sending me some chat. I'm sorry, I missed it coming in. Let's see, to be 6-inch topsoil strip and do not replacement, respread it. Okay, that's fine. Okay, good. All right. So now, and then finally, if you want to draw these surfaces, we'll just draw them as 3D faces. Usually we don't bother drawing those things here because we can use them in our 3D viewer and it draws them in memory and doesn't clutter up our drawing. And then reduce the surfaces. Right now, I leave that to none unless I'm getting a huge site like a 5 or 6,000 acre site with all kinds of parking and there's a lot of severe corners and real tight, like hundreds and hundreds of thousands, if not millions of triangles. So in that case, I'd want to reduce those surfaces a little bit. And you can do individually existing design or both. Right now, I'll keep them alone. All right. Now, the last section, and this is again some really good productivity for you, is these color assignments. And if we say that we want to assign colors by target, if you click on this rightmost checkbox, that means once we have told the system what is existing, what layers are existing, it's going to take everything on those layers and change their color, which are typically going to be by layer, and it's going to make them specifically green. Okay, now you can always set that back later by just selecting those entities and go into the properties and change the color to by layer. But for now, to help us identify what's existing, what's design, and what is other, we can assign these particular colors. And right now I've got these, and that's probably the default. I've got green for existing, design, I've got blue, and you just click the button and you can choose the color. And I've got mine set to 150. It's a little lighter than your typical dark blue, so you can see it better on the screen. And then other entities, that means anything left over in the drawing that we have not assigned to be existing or design falls into the other category. And those are going to be shown as color 254. Okay, so that's if I assign colors by target. So I've turned that on, I want to do that. Then the other thing is this switch right here is to automatically update the colors. And what that means is if something should change, it will automatically update for us. But most specifically, it works with this switch down here, assign colors by elevation. And so you can set a color to represent things that have no elevation assigned to them. So for instance, if you've got a PDF file that you've converted, you got a bunch of drawn contours and they're labeled, you know what they're supposed to be, but you haven't set their elevation yet. And so by doing this, by making them red if they're 0, once you assign an elevation to those features, it will, for the most part, and I say that for a reason, because it depends on, excuse me, it depends on how you set that elevation. But if you set the elevation of those things that are currently showing as red, and you give them an elevation by using a Carlson command, then they will automatically, that's this automatic update, so they will automatically change their color from red to either green or blue, depending on whether it's an existing or a design entity. Okay. And again, you can pick the colors you're wanting to use. But that's going to be really, really helpful because let's say you've got a contour map and you're trying to set all the elevations for all the contours. And, so you go about doing it and you piecemeal here and there and you do a bunch of things. Well, you're not sure which ones you've assigned elevations to or not. So you'd have to go look at them in 3D and then find the ones that say, or select them individually and look at their elevations and the properties, all of those kinds of things. So if you do this with this automatic color, you can just tell at a glance in plan view without having to go and look at them in 3D. You can tell whether or not it has an elevation. Now, I said that works for the most part because there's a couple of instances where you can change the elevation of an entity, like just over here in the properties. You can just assign a polyline and elevation. That won't trigger this automatic. You have to use one of the commands on the takeoff menu that sets the elevation to a specific elevation, and then that will trigger the automatic. However, there is a key, or a command rather, on the takeoff menu that says update the colors, and so it basically resynchronizes that condition. Okay? So these are the settings that you're going to want to have on. In this particular case, I think what we're going to start looking at, this would work. And let's just say okay. And then we can say exit. Now we have set those colors. We've set the behavior of how the surface works, or how the surface modeling is going to work. And everything's going to work right. Now, once you've set your elevations, for instance, you may not want to be bothered with all those different colors. Well, then you could go back into settings and just uncheck that assign colors. And then from that point on, you'd be working just like you normally would inside an AutoCAD drawing. Okay. So with that in mind, I'm going to pop back over here for a minute, and I'm going to look at a couple of things here that are in your data sets. So I'm here in my Carlson Projects 3D Machine Control Training, and here's my data sets. I've got a number of subfolders in this data sets folder. I've got some different examples here. Okay, there's a site and road, and there's a C, blah, blah, blah. These particular examples, the Family Dollar Store, the South Hills Village Retirement Center, a self-storage, and a Guardian Storage, these are all real projects that I'd worked on for clients. Okay, and for instance, we wound up with, starting out with, say, a set of drawings like this. Okay, very typical. Here's our building site. We've got some existing contours. We've got a retaining wall around the edges. We've got, all the utilities, etc., drawn here as part of our PDF. So, and here we've got, some of the details. Here's our pavement, or sidewalk details. So we know we've got a 4-inch concrete slab, 6-inch stone, subgrade underneath that kind of stuff. So we can get really specific on how we model our site based on these types, these types of drawings that we're working with. Okay. So we did that, and we wound up generating here. You can see I've got some these blue lines. That's our design condition. And these contours were then elevated based on these contour elevations that you see in the boxes here. So they were raised to those elevations. All right, so that's just a little sub section of that. We did most of that from, this is the actual grading plan of that site, just a single page that we pulled out. And there you can see all of those named contour elevations. We've got a finished floor elevation for a building outline. We've got this retaining wall. We've got these elevations that say top of wall and bottom of wall. So we took this drawing information and we took those elevations and we actually created all of those features as 3D elements, put them on a particular layer, told it which layers made the design condition. We did the same thing for all of these dashed contour lines at these elevations and called that our existing conditions. And here you can also see, you can't really tell from this drawing, but there was an existing building in here before that was going to be demolished, and we included that in our work. Now then, what we wound up doing from that, let's see, that was our Family Dollar. Here's another example of, here's some of the final work that we did. We have a boundary that outlines all of our work. You can see the existing conditions, and you can see the proposed grading is, these contours here, and the elevations around the parking lot. And then we looked at some different conditions. So this was the site, this was the existing ground. There is the design ground down to certain one of those levels. I'm not sure which. Yeah, there we go. So that's the top of the design. And there it is sitting on the existing. And then we generated various reports. There's our just raw volumes. Here's our volumes with materials. And there's topsoil removal, replacement, the cut and fill depth zones. So we knew how much material we were taking out of various zones. Okay, so that was used to generate a cost estimate for that one. Now let's see, this outputs maybe. Let's see what we had here. That was our materials, their volumes. And this particular report had all of these different components, raw volumes, material quantities. So there's where we defined certain things to be concrete. There's our ID2 base course, ID2 wearing course. PennDOT 2A stone, here's a stone slab. Again, concrete stone base under the slab. So that's what these materials are. There's their definition. There they are summed up for quantities. Adjusted volumes after our topsoil removal and replacement. Here's our existing grade. That's what the ground looks like prior to development. This was our basically site plan. We've got the main road here. We bring an entrance off. We've got these 3 storage units, and we wrap around the hill, come up here, and in this area here, they've got subsurface detention to catch the water coming off the hill. They just stored it there so that they could release down below. Here then is that same deal. You see the roadway coming off the main, or you see the entrance coming off the main road down here, comes up, wraps around, comes around. There's the 3 storage buildings. There was a little detention pond here on both sides in the front. came around to the backside up here to that upper parking area and that uh, subsurface stormwater treatment. Here you can see them by different colors based on the various strippings and subgrade adjustments. Again, that's merged into the existing. And that was basically what we turned into the client and gave them their numbers for them to do their cost estimate. Okay, so these are all various things that these various different projects that again we worked on. And then volumes report. This was basically showing the paving, the building, concrete versus asphalt, and then sometimes you'll see them split heavy duty, that sort of thing as well. So these are things for you to, get familiar with and sort of, play around with as you're working on some things. Now, there's a couple of other folders in here, and these are these examples. We're going to look at some of these getting started here in a minute, and some source data. But there's this one called What Not to Do, and I'll show you some things to be careful of in there. And then we've got, uh, just a working folder where some things were done on this Guardian storage site plan, grading plan, existing conditions as separate drawings that were pulled out from, that was the Guardian storage folder here. And that was taken from that original set of plans where we had the existing conditions. So there's all of our existing contours. There's an existing parking lot, an existing building. Now here's the main road. So we modeled that. And then here is, now there's some, did some little markups, some red line markups in here. They were just sort of accidental, not intended to be captured there, but they were. But this is the, you can see the one building is square up here with these parking areas, but then it turned into this two-level building, 2 stories in the back, or 2 stories in the front, and then it just had the top story in the back. Little loading dock, you can see back here, the stairs coming up to the loading dock. These little landscape areas. There's a little loading area back here where the building splits heights. And then, so these are acting as retaining walls as this is coming down right in here. This is a retaining wall here because this comes in at this level and then it continues on up here to that second level. And so we pulled out all of this information, modeled it, set up our set up the drawings that we're going to be working with from that, and that generated these grading plans. And so that's what this, in our data sets working folder, that's what these drawings are. This was our PDF convert stage 2 and 3. There's also, these were the source drawings. These are the drawings that we pulled out of those PDFs and turned into DWG files so we could work with them. Okay, so it's a bit more work than we can cover in 2 days of class to pull all that stuff out. But we can go through the process. We can see what we would typically do. Okay, so we'll take a look at that on that thing. So we also had in that project, let me see if I can find the reports here. Details. Storage, let me see. I may not have included those final reports. I can, let's go over here and find them where they actually are, and I'll show them to you. Let's see, projects. Well, they basically look like here. This was that existing conditions. There's that square building, that road that came around. There's an upper parking lot here. And then this was once the new building got modeled, and you see the two different levels. This is the floor level of these buildings back here, and you see how the top comes up to the backside. But you see, we even modeled, the stairs going up to the loading dock. There's a little concrete pad that was modeled out here. Now you see these edges are dropped down. So this is after those materials had been adjusted out. So that's the bottom of the subgrading. Okay, there's a little concrete pad there coming in, and down here is that little retaining wall. So it comes in at this level and goes in at the floor level, but this is up higher. You can't, it's a situation like over here. Here you can see that it's turned a little different. Now you can see where it comes in here. There's that retaining wall comes in at that level. And these little tan looking rectangles that you see, those are the little landscape islands. There's a retaining wall over here on this outside edge. So you see every bit of that got modeled. This sidewalk as well, all the curb lines. And again, you can see the adjustment was done to take those subgrade adjustments out. And this was, I think, the final without adjustment. So there you can see the curbs. In this case, those are just the 6-inch layback curbs instead of the cut down to the bottom of or to the top of the subgrade. And then these particular sketches, and this shows the topsoil replacement areas that are going to come out of the topsoil stripping areas. So this is the extent of our grading. So we knew we had to strip that topsoil out, and then we replaced everything outside of our hardscape. Everything inside of here is our topsoil replacement. So, and again, you see all the elevations, everything that's indicated there. And then there's our volumes, different materials. This is a particular volumetric report. This is what we basically gave them for their cost estimate and those various views. And these views, by the way, were taken right straight out of Carlson's 3D viewer. We just did a screen capture and included those inside of our reports. Okay, so that was the actual work. That set of data is not in our particular sample data, but that was that particular project. Say it came from a real project. Okay, so let's take a look next at this what not to do as an example. So we're going to load up this file called Plaza 1. And we can go ahead and you can leave this file open or you can close it, either one. I'll just close it, no need to save it. And I'm going to I'm going to go to my folder. I'm data sets for machine control. And I'm going to choose this what not to do folder. And I'm going to choose this file called Plaza 1 drawing. And I don't care about, that was just a difference in the state plane coordinates, which aren't really known in this particular case. You can see down here at the bottom, I've got coordinate values that are some are negative. So these are just assumed coordinates. Now, the reason this is in a what not to do example, I've got these, this is like from a, converted from a PDF and would be a typical workflow of how we would uh, define our two different conditions, existing and design. Now I'm going to hold the shift key down and press and hold the wheel of my mouse, and I'm going to spin this up and look at it. It's one of the first things I always do is I want to see what actually has elevation. So when I do that, I say, well, everything here has been elevated. Things down here, and I can see I've got text for like elevation text. All of those things are down at 0. Here I've got some building outlines probably down at 0. So just as long as I know, all right, so everything's been elevated, we think. And let's take a look at what they are. So here's this 853 indicator. If I select that line, I look over in my properties and I see that is at elevation 853. That part's good. All right. And if we look at this, it's 856.67, correct. I will choose this 856.67, also correct. Now there's a shortcut way of doing that instead of selecting and looking. Let's go to the inquiry menu and choose Drawing Inspector on and off. It now says down below here that it is on. Right click to elevate the menu. So I'm going to bring up the menu. So I'm going to choose, right now it's going to show me the layer name it's on. Well, I'm going to choose this options dialog. Whoops. Options dialog. I'm going to uncheck that. I don't care about the layer name right now. I just want to look at the elevation. So I'll look at the elevation. So I'll choose that. And now all I have to do is hover the mouse. And I can see that indeed those appear to be at the stated elevations. Here's a finished floor, 852.8. That's 852.8. Here's a back of curb of 852. Now, in this case, that says 852, 852, 852, 852. So that looks like it's a constant elevation of 852 all the way around. Now, if that were the case, and then it climbed up to 852.3 or 852 and a half, so this climbs from 852. Now you see it's starting to change. It's going to get right here to 852.5. And by the time it gets up to here, it's going to be 853. Okay. Now that's supposedly the back of the curb. Okay. But if you see this white line is at that 853, and over here's 853 also. All right, so that's the back of the curb, the top of the curb. So what I would need to do is to offset this to get down here to the pavement level. I need to be a half a foot below that at the face of the curb. So I want to make sure that I do that as part of my modeling. And to represent or to show you that difference, here's another one, 847.5. And then that's also, see, that's an 848. Now here's an example. 848 comes up here and crosses right there. So this should go from 847.5. It should hit 848 right in there. It does. Okay. So there's a couple of things going on here that you can do. This is why one of the reasons this is in the what not to do example. If you see this particular item, that's a contour line, and it has an elevation of 847. But look at these contour lines over here. There's 847, there's 846, 45, 44, all the way down to 840. So that goes from 40 to 45, 46, 47, but they don't indicate, where do these go? You need to finish doing that kind of stuff. And this is in this particular example, it was the fact that the designers who created this file, this is not a proper file. There's either a wall right here and that drops those and it just butts up into the wall, or they need to come and wrap around. They haven't identified places like that, and they're going to come up with, there are all kinds of things like that over here as well. So there's all of those discontinuities. Same thing with this. I've got, these are looking 840, 841. So those look pretty good. But 843 comes up here, comes across this curb and does something. It goes across over here to this side. Well, what happens in between here? We don't know. Okay. And sometimes, again, that's all you got. Now here, this contour comes across successfully. This one does too. But what about this one? Where does this go and where does it come out? Where does this go and where does it come out? And they're showing it as 45, and they're showing it right here. The existing ground's 44. And this curb is like up at 847.8, 848 right in here, and then it's 845 down here. So there's some serious issues going on with this particular file, and they would have to be resolved to do that correctly. And if I look at this, I'm just going to do a crossing selection. I'm going to go to my view menu, my 3D view drawing viewer, and I'm going to take a look at that particular corner. So I'm going to spin this around. And I see, well, okay, that looks all right, but you can see this white line? That's my parking lot boundary. And you see how it's just hanging way up in the air over top of this pond? Well, okay, but is the intent to be that there's a vertical drop? Is that a retaining wall at the end of that parking area? We don't know. And there's not enough information there for us to find that out. So we would need to um, get that part resolved. Same thing about these curbs we were talking about before. Um, where's the one that I looked at? Was right in here. So they're giving me these back of curb elevations, and that can be, and now they're showing also this line here is actually a contour line, and they're showing it coming up here and crossing and just sort of doing something in here. We assume it comes across. We assume this comes across like that as well. Then what is this? If they're calling that the back of the curb, or that's the back of the curb. So I need to actually create that curb structure. If I look at it right now, I'll just select those two. I'll look at that in my 3D viewer, and you can see right there. All right. And they are the same elevation. But then how do we model this as a curb? So we would need to do something like assuming, and I'm going to measure that distance. So I'm going to go from there, perpendicular to here, and I see that distance is just, well, they show a distance of 0.99. So that's almost a foot across there. All right, so to model this as a curb, I would probably do something like this. I would go to my uh, I want to do a 3D offset, and I would do that by, let me see where they put this one, this particular command. It may only have it down here under our 3D polyline utilities. Then we'll do an offset 3D polyline. I'm going to go by interval, and I'm going to go a horizontal amount of a foot, 0.5, a vertical amount of 0. So I'm going to take, if this is the back of the curb, so I'll take that there. Now, which side? I'm going to come to the pavement. So I'm going to go that side. So that's now there's the back of the curb, and then there's the top of the curb that's vertically over top of the face of the curb. Now I'm going to do that same um, command. I'm going to right click and exit, or right click and turn off my drawing inspector. So now back down here, I can right click and choose a recent command. And there is my offset 3D. And so I'm going to do again by interval. And the horizontal amount, I'm going to do just a little bit, just half, uh, or no, yeah, half or 5/100ths, half a tenth. And the vertical amount, I'm going to go negative half a foot. So negative 6 inches. I'm going to drop 6 inches. I'm going to click, go to the parking lot side, and be done. So now I've got these three lines, and you may say to yourself, well, that's a curb. It should be vertical. But when we're building surfaces, we can't have vertical faces. We have to be offset just a little bit. So they have to lean back a little bit from the base to the top. So that's why I went just a little bit on the inside. So now when I look at those features in my 3D viewer, I should be able to recognize, you see there, I've got that modeled now successfully, and that would generate that as, a concrete structure. Goes from the face down at the pavement up to the top and then across to the back. Okay. With this blue line being the contour line that crosses it. However, if that is, let's see, it shouldn't be choppy like that. It should still be looking like an arc. But in any case, so this contour line comes up here and it crosses. Well, this line, that's where that crosses. And it crosses here, okay, but it doesn't cross this line here. It comes here, and this line doesn't reach that elevation until you get, however far away it needs to be. So it needs to come up here and ride the face and then come across, ride the face back up and come across. So this is a pretty poorly drawn set of design plans. Okay, but sometimes you just need to sort of analyze it and see what you need to do to get in, get out, get in, get the information you need and get out and get on with the work. Because sometimes all we're doing is simply defining, we're doing estimates for um, quantities, for instance. Okay. So if we were to look at this, and I think everything's on the right elevations now. So if we, let's go ahead and start into our very first run here and show you what you can do very quickly on the fly. If I want to consider my existing conditions being those existing contours. And then I want to consider my proposed conditions being my proposed contours and some of these, buildings and parking lot curbs and things like that. So how do we do that? Get back to them. Sorry about that. And then, so what do we need to do that very simple thing? Let's just get a real quick and dirty volume difference so we can do a back of the napkin type of estimate. So there's a couple of things that I need. I need, first of all, I'm going to have a boundary that goes around everything. And then I'm going to need to assign the layers that contain my existing and the layers that contain my design. And then I'll calculate them and run the volume reports. Okay. So if you recall from the work in the civil class, we're going to need to put a boundary around this. Now, in civil, when we did surface, triangulate, and contour, and you can do that from here as well. You had the option, if you unchecked this, you could say shrink wrap, perimeter reduction, say a medium reduction. You could draw it on a particular layer, that sort of stuff. So you can have it generate the boundary for you in memory as part of that command. However, when we're under takeoff and we're going to do this, you see where we're going to make an existing and make a design. If we try to do this, let's say if I make existing, it's going to tell me, oh, there's no existing entities to model. Okay, so we haven't done that yet. But not only that, I haven't made a boundary yet. So I have to make that boundary manually. And there's a good little checklist here that's part of takeoff. And it's our project checklist. So if I go to my takeoff menu, the very first command is that project checklist. See, it says define layer. It says set the boundary polyline. Oh, it says it's done. All right, so apparently at some point we have created a boundary. Looks like it was done at one point, so it stayed in there. So otherwise, yeah, that's just a boundary around the disturbed area. So it's already drawn, so that's good. So you would need to do that part first is takeoff. You want to boundary polyline, set the boundary polyline. It says down here, clear the existing boundaries. Say yes. Let's just go ahead and choose it. Otherwise, what command would we use, if you recall, from civil? Would be this shrink wrap entities, right? But since they've already given us a limits of disturbance, we'll go ahead and use that. Okay, and now let's define existing and design. So let's go to the takeoff menu and let's choose this set layer for existing. You can do it from this define layer, and if you know what the layers are, you can choose them and move them to these other categories. But if you choose set layer for existing, all you have to do is pick these layers. I'm going to pick, all right, there's one for the intermittent contours. There's one for the index contours. And I think that's probably it. I don't see anything else necessarily with elevation. So I'll say enter. And now you see what's happened? They all turned green because of our setting that we said for existing, we want them to be green. And all the other colors changed to gray because right now they're in other. Okay, so the drawing gets a little busy. So all right, so we've set our design. So let's get that stuff cleared out of the way. So we have another group down here. Here's where we can set the layers. Okay. There's also on our display menu where we can choose to show these different things. And one of is existing drawing, existing contour, existing surface. So I'm going to turn off, I'm going to choose this existing drawing and it's going to go away. So see now how the icon shows it's not selected. So the existing drawing is turned off. So next, let's set layer for design. And I see one's here, one's here. Now I also had those parking lot edges. I'll select that one. I've got some buildings here. Let's see. Proposed buildings. Let's choose Z pad. Let's make sure we've got these. Z pad. Okay. I think we're in good shape. Let's see what we got here. We've got just grab all those and see what they are. And so now they've turned, some of them have turned blue because they are defined, but notice the ones that are red. And if you remember why they're red was because in our settings, we said no elevation is going to be red. So if it has 0 elevation, it's going to be red. So now notice in the parking lot that we defined right here, you see how we set those colors to be um, blue for our design, and we did that 3D offset. So they've got these out here that were drawn, but they have no elevations. So you could either choose to elevate those, in which case I don't really know what they are. Let's see. That's on a layer called proposed curb, proposed curb, proposed back of curb. So they're, you know, we'd have to go and look at the intent. Here's a case where there's a contour line that wraps up around that. Ah, that is a wall. See that proposed wall? All right, so now I can see we had some layers that were frozen. There's top of wall, bottom of wall elevation. So we could model that independently. However, we see that we've got everything that's blue now is defined as the elevation. Now these propose F grade, propose final grade 2. Now I don't know what this versus this is. One's a final grade, one's a final grade 2. Apparently there are 2 different conditions. So I'm going to take these final grade, I'm going to use just this final grade 2. You have to verify which they meant by that. Let's see, I'm going to take these F grade 2s out of our definition. Okay, so let's go back to our takeoff menu. And now instead of setting set layer for other, I can do that as well. So I'll set that for other. And so now those crossing contours have gone away. So they're now other. And again, under display, I can turn off my design drawing. So everything else that's down here is just other. You see, they all have those color of 254 or they're red because they're zeros. And you can also choose display other. And so everything else is going to go away. Now these are blocks, and those are actually drill holes, drill hole data. So they would actually have subsurface information that we could use to set some subgrades if we had the drill hole data, which we don't have. So they're going to show up TK layer. So let's now go to our takeoff menu and choose, instead of doing these sets, let's choose this define layer surface material subgrade. And now you can see the layers that we picked. There's existing, there's design, over here's other, everything else is other. And I had, under other, there was that TK. Don't see it. Should be TK. See, that's on TK drill hole. There should be my layer manager. There's my TK layers. Now, why they are not listed here. Huh, they should be. Maybe with that TK prefix, because it's a takeoff layer, that may be what it's doing. But all right, so we'll look at these. I've got design, existing, and got other. And again, you can toggle. So if I just wanted to look at my existing, well, there it is. And if I want to only look at my design, there it is. And then you could take a look at that in 3D and make sure, and you see the ones that are red have 0 elevation, so they won't be used to calculate with because they have 0 elevation. And then we could look at, of course, other. And so this is a nice little way, once we've classified everything, to declutter your drawing and look at just what you're working on. So let's look at our existing and our design. Okay, we do have a boundary already done. We'll go back to my takeoff menu project checklist, and I see that I've done my definitions. I've done the boundary. Now I need to make the existing and make the design. And once I do that, it's going to create those 6 surface files that we did. Okay. So again, just very preliminarily, we've got our minimized flats on for the existing, although it's not going to calculate anything outside of our boundary. So let's just go straight to those next steps. Takeoff, make existing ground surface. Off it goes, and it did it, but it gave us a couple of little error messages. Failed to insert 2 break lines. Okay, so it gave us a couple of little things, but for the most part, we've got our existing ground. Let's go to takeoff and choose make design surface, and it'll do the same thing. And in fact, it came up with, oh, I've got some crossing break lines. Here's one that's 10 feet. 10 feet of difference because I had this is my 3D edge and this is the contour, which is at elevation 849, and this is at elevation 848.8, 849. Where's the 10 foot? That shouldn't be. There's something else going on down there. Let's see. Oh, there's three things there. I've got one, two, three. Yeah, right there, you see? That line comes around here and then drops down and comes back up. So that is a case where we need to edit that boundary. So if I just look at that in 3D, you see what I need to fix? Is right there. So that should come around and then just continue gradually. Okay. Now there's a couple of, now these other ones, I've got these half-foot areas, and that's where these contours, where they drew them across and they didn't, they didn't accommodate the drop down to the pavement surface. Okay, so those are going to be, all right, I'm going to exit that. And let's fix that problem with this file right here. We need to edit the elevations of these to take out that 10-foot drop that we had. So if I go to my elevate menu, because this is where I'm going to change these elevations, I'm going to look at my polyline elevation editor, the third command down. I'm going to choose that polyline. And it's going to read everything around and it's going to come out to here. So what I want to do, and you see all of these points are showing up as red, meaning they're control points, meaning they have specific elevations and they're held firm. But if I click on this one, for instance, right here. So I've selected that one. You can see it's lit up there. It's also selected over here. And you see the slopes before. I've got 5.5, 5.5, and then at this point here, it goes to 2.8, 2.8, and 3.6. So these are, now right here is where that problem first occurred, was at that flat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to find that flat. I've got that flat spot. It identified it here. So that's where it's going to start. So I'm going to say from there, I want to wrap all the way around and come back over to it from here, and I'm going to make that. If I'm going to go from here, come on, mouse, go from here, walk around the edge, come back up and come back around to this edge over here. And I want to make those, I want to go from that elevation back up to this elevation, just smoothly. Okay. So I need to select that point. And let's see, the order of my points is going 25, 26, 27. Okay, so I need to start, excuse me, over here at 1390. Let it go around here and come back up to wherever I'm sitting now, 1428. So from 1428, and I want to go to 1390. I'm going to back this up to 1390. And I'm going to shift click from 1390. You can also see in your profile view down here below. Let me get that centered. See right in there is that flat. So I need to take out this giant drop. So I'm going to go from 1390. You can see the little marker. And when it gets right there, all right, so from there, I want to go from that one. Now you see what I did is I unchecked the little point before it. So it, instead of holding its elevation, it interpolated the elevation into it. So it no longer went down and came back up. It said, instead of holding that low elevation, get rid of it and calculate what it should be based on going from here down to here and back around. Okay. So this is where you're setting whether something is a control point or not. So from 1390 to 1414, let's see, is there anything here's a couple more. If I uncheck these, 3. Now you see I've smoothed out those as well. So now let's go back up to 1390. So from 1390, which was over here, all the way around up to 1414, which is here. But I want to take that up to, let's say, 1426. So I'm going to uncheck these. So from now, I go from 1390 all the way up to 1426. So right here. So now you see the red ones are the control points. So I've said start at this elevation. I've unchecked the controls. So it floats all those elevations till it gets back to here. All right. Now that may cause us some other problems down in here with these contours, but we'll see what happens. So we'll apply and close. And now we've made that edit. Now, because we've changed that, we next need to rebuild that surface. So we're going to take off and we're going to make design surface. Okay, so off it went. It still has these crossings, but this time now, see, I've got the one is still in there. There's still a problem. It's just under a foot. Let's see if I can, that's where this one crosses here. Okay, so no problem with that. In fact, we can even just break. I'm going to type the command break. I'm going to clean off that edge. Remove. Nope, doesn't seem to want to. Right, there we go. All right, we'll go back one more time. make design surface, and you'll still get some crossings, and there'll be those half footers, that we had because of those contour drops. Okay. So now you've gotten basically the process down. Look at your checklist. We've done the assignment, we've done the boundary, we've done the makes for existing and design. Only thing left is to calculate the total volumes, which we can do from takeoff. Calculate total volumes down at the bottom. We look at that. It's going to let us give shrink and swell factors. We'll just leave them set to 1. And if you had tons, if you knew the densities, etc., if you do the cut depth zones, that was, again, you saw an example of that before where it gave you the cut in zones of up to 10 feet at a time, so it can accumulate those total volumes. We'll assume everything's in a single zone, and we'll say, okay. Now we look at that report now. We've got 100,000 yards of cut, 52,000 yards of fill. Okay, so we're going to basically have to get rid of 52.7 yards of material. Or we could try to balance the site. B, we need to change our design elevation. We need to raise it up 1.5 feet to get it to balance. Because of every 0.1 foot of elevation change, we're going to pick up 3,600 yards of material. Okay. So, but that's what it is. Now, often we can't just arbitrarily decide to go and do that. Now, let's take a look at what we've done, what we've generated, and why you can't necessarily do that. So let's look at those surfaces. We have, remember from civil, we had this 3D viewer where we could do a drawing viewer, we could select things in the drawing, or a surface file viewer. So let's look at our surface file viewer, and now these are all the surface files it built. There's the OG, that's the original ground, the ZE and the ZN, those are the zone adjustments for the existing, there's for the design, and then there's the BS, that's the basic final grade. The FN is the final once it's adjusted. Okay, so let's take a look at these. Let's just load. Let's look first at the OG. So this would be the existing ground, and now that's what it would look like based on just those contours. That's basically all we gave it were the contours. Now you can see I've got some suspicious little areas in here. They might be all right. I don't know. I'd have to verify it and see, or I'd have to ask whether I cared, whether it mattered or not. Okay, so there's my existing ground, and I've got these contours shown on from my settings tab. There's a 1/2 foot contours. Let's turn that down to 1 foot contour so it's not quite so in your face. All right, so let's repeat that command. Now let's look at the BS extension, and this is the design grade. There you can see those ponds. And you can see those. See, I've got some issues right in here, you see. I'm coming up here and then I drop down and come back up a near vertical climb. So I would have to, you know, make some decisions on how I wanted to handle that, or whether I might want to just let it go, because really I'm after, some back of the napkin type of quantities. And, to me, that would be a situation that would be good enough for that. And there's a case you can see I step down to those. Remember those little step platforms that they had. There's that wall outside of that parking area above the pond. So if it's within tolerance and what you're looking for in terms of those numbers, then in that case, that could be what you're doing. But there's all kinds of problems with this in terms of getting this to be a buildable file for machine control. This, what we just went through right now, was really good for estimating. But when you're trying to do this for machine control, you're going to say, I'm going to define these surfaces, and then I'm going to put that surface on a thumb drive, and I'm going to stick it on a bulldozer. Well, when you do that, it's going to go out there and try to design or try to dig this ground up based on this surface. And it would, very faithfully put that little peaked point in there and that little jump point in there. And it would come over here and try to do this little abyss down in there where I've got a drop and climb back up. So, that's probably not even there. It probably should look just like it does over here. Or maybe it should drop down and come across flat. We don't know until we go to refine things. Okay. But that's generally a nice first pass at how you would typically do things, and you get a sense of how the tools are going to work. All right, now, let's take a look at another couple of things that can be helpful in our workflow. Remember, I kept going to the takeoff menu, set this, set that, define this, make existing, make design, calculate. Okay. These are all there and you can always do them from there. But there are some nice toolbars for this entire process. And if I go to the gray part of my screen up here, right click, and I want to say show toolbar. I'll go to Carlson. And I'm going to come down here to the bottom and I'm going to hover over that little arrow until I scroll down, and I want to make sure that I have on my takeoff general. I'll right click, show toolbar, Carlson, come down here again, and I want takeoff reports. I'll right click, show toolbar, Carlson, and I'll choose takeoff display, takeoff SiteNet display. So these three toolbars are going to be very helpful for us. And you can see if I hover the mouse, I see there I've got some of the typical things in order that you typically do. So here is where you would import a PDF file. Here's where you do a drawing cleanup, where if you remember from Civil, we looked at that very briefly. We did a drawing cleanup. There's all of these different things that can help clean up your drawing. Then we can define our layers. There's set the boundary polyline. Then there's make existing, make design, calculate total volumes. And then you got these individual surface reports that will give you things like, here's the surface's original ground with subgrade and topsoil removal, design with subgrade and topsoil removal. And it shows you, what those little extensions are. And it gives you the statistics for each of those surfaces. Okay, and then you can set the topsoil removal polyline, topsoil replacement polylines. There you can change elevations. You can do that polyline elevation editor. Remember, I pulled that from the Elevate menu. So a lot of these things are very helpful for us. Right there is our 3D viewer where we can look at drawing elements in 3D. Here's a surface inspector. And if you do that, you can load up, a particular, it puts both of these surfaces in there, and it shows you as I hover, what those, you see how it's updating. It tells you how much your cut and fill might be. okay, and all those different things. So a lot of different tools here for us. In our reports, here's our material quantities, which we didn't define materials yet. And there's a cost summary. Again, we didn't define costs, which we'll come back and do it at some point later. Now here's a surface, view or print a surface. If I look at design with subgrade and topsoil, design without, let's just look at that. So that's the same as doing that 3D, or same as doing the view, 3D view, surface view, and picking that. But that lets you pick based on those surfaces, okay? So all kinds of different tools there, but here's our basic commands that we use to calculate with. This toolbar is the display and the assign. Remember the set layers where we chose instead of defining the layers where we picked the list of layers, we did very first thing, we set the layer. Okay, so those three commands are here where you can do that there. These are the visibility of those individual surface components. Right now, I want to turn off the existing. I click it, it goes away. I click design, it goes away. I click other, it's going to turn that back on. I want to see other and design. It looks like that. If I want to turn other back off and look at existing and then turn design off. So these are just toggles, and it makes it really convenient to help you define what you're looking at. And remember, when we did design, and remember that red color? See, I could tell that that's not set to a particular elevation. If I look at this, that one does have elevation. So if I want to, set this elevation uh, based on that elevation, there's a number of ways I can do that. If I said elevate, let's see, let's do a 2D to 3D by screen entities. And let's see if we can use elevation of proximity entities. Let's give this a foot. All right, and now, so let's say the polylines we want to convert will be this one. And this will be the one I want to use. Let's see if it'll raise it. I'm not sure it will. Converted one polyline. Now, it didn't change the color yet, but I'm going to go back to takeoff and choose update colors for set elevation. Now you see it has set the elevation to match the elevation of this one. Now I'm going to need to raise that 1/2 foot, okay, because this is down on my pavement. I want to raise this up 1/2 foot. So I'm going to go to elevate, change elevation. I'm going to do a differential. I'll say, okay, my difference is going to be 0.5. Hit enter. Ignore 0. Yeah. Select the ones I want to change is this one. Hit enter. Select another. Nope, I'm done. So now I've raised that to be 1/2 foot higher than this one. And let's set this one now based on that one. So I'm going to go back to elevate 2D to 3D by screen entities. And I'm going to make sure I use the proximity entities. And I'll say, okay, I want to select this to convert, finish that, select this to read, and hit enter for that. It's now done. And if I update colors, you'll see that changed to blue now. And if I look at those three things in my viewer, lo and behold, there's my curb structure. Now, it's not very even, I would probably take steps to try to fix that, but that would be a nice use of those red colors that say no elevation. Use them to elevate, and once you've made those elevations, raise everything up. And then change to blue, so now I don't have to go and elevate those anymore. Okay. So just a couple of caveats, a couple of sort of a whirlwind step through the workflow. And we're going to get a little more detailed here when we come back after a break and start looking at how we set those up. And then for tomorrow's work, we're going to get, really detailed and how you can really fine tune a lot of what we're doing and some of the tools that we're going to use to take paper drawings and get them into buildable models, because that's a big part of this step. It's enough for me to say, here's a drawing that we converted, you can go ahead and use it, but you don't always have that. And you need to know how to do that. So we're going to go through some of those techniques and exercises and see how that part's done. Okay. So with that, let's take our little break. Typically we get a 15-minute break. Not quite 10 till, but I'll give you the extra minute and a half. So let's come back at 5 minutes after the hour and we'll start back up. Any questions so far? Anything strike you as urgent that you wonder about? Able to follow? Okay, 11 o'clock. Sounds good. I'm going to pause our recording. I'll stop the screen share. And you'll see my screen share back when we start back up. All right. All right, Jack, I am back. I take it you can see my screen okay? Just give me a, okay, sounds good. Obviously you can hear me. So I wound up losing probably my control screen. Don't know where it went. But anyway, yeah, apologies for that. I wound up, we've got a big project going on with I-81 up in uh, the east and north part of Pennsylvania up here. We're working on a project for Dewberry. And of course, it's all, as they always are, in crisis mode. But anyway, that gives you an idea of how to start to look at some things that you might be given. In this case, it was under a uh, folder called "What Not to Do," and that was basically talking about, don't just fly off and do these things without really investigating, pretty closely like we did, looking at these walls and curb lines and things like that, that a lot of that stuff is information that we can fix for ourselves. A lot of it, though, is also something that you might have to go back to the originators and get clarification on. Um, but you see some of the tools, and with these colors that we had, that you can use that to tell you whether you're looking at design or existing or other. And then once you are through working on that particular type of color separation, for instance, if you want to go back to the original colors of the drawing, well, you would go to settings, Carlson configure, take off SiteNet settings, and then uncheck this assign colors by target and assign colors by elevation. Might as well uncheck all three of them. Say okay, say exit. No, that doesn't put them back automatically. What you have to do there is you have to select everything in the drawing. And then once all that is selected, I guess I selected more things than my properties box will show up. So, uh, so a way to fix that is we're going to type a command called chprop, change properties. Select the entities to change. I'm going to say all, hit enter. I'll hit enter to finish my selection. And enter property to change, I'm going to change the color. So C for color. Now, what's my new color? It all now varies because some are green, some are blue, some are 254. And I'm going to type by layer, one word. And when I do that, and now when I finished, I had to hit enter to finish the command. So once I do that, it's going to change everything back so that the color that you see for that entity is the color of the layer definition. So that's that's how Takeoff is doing this, is it's taking those entities and changing their color from by layer to make them green or blue or red or 254. And so if you want to go back to the way they looked before, now you see they're all in different, back to their original assignments. Okay. So that's sort of a dive down into some of that workflow. Now let's take a peek at some of the tools. Do you, when you get your drawings that you're going to be working on your projects, do you mostly get PDF files or do you mostly get DWG files? Oh, I see. The engineer sends us both. Okay, well that part's good then, because I was going to say there's some tools to be able to elevate some things. I see your screen sharing is a problem. Let me go back. I see maybe now what might have happened. Let's see if I share. Okay, now you should be able to see it. Is that correct? Okay, now you got Carlson. All right, so sorry about that. Yeah, so what I did was I basically said I ran a command called chprop, that is to change properties, and it asked me to select the entities, and I just typed all and hit enter again to fix it, and then the property I changed was color, and the color I set them to was that keyword called by layer, one word, BYLAYER, and then hit enter to finish the command, and everything's now put back the way it was. All right, now. All right, so you typically you get your full plan set, PDFs, and then you get the DWG file so you can do your takeoffs on and get quantities. That's good. So you don't have to worry about elevating things. They've already got that done for you. So now what could happen though is that they could still be non-elevated, but just with elevations indicated. So we'll take a look at that in our little tutorial example. But one of the things I wanted to show you as one of the really fast types of um, uh, conversion tools is to let's do this. So what I want to do is I'm going to isolate some layers here. We'll just keep using this file. So I'm going to go to my view menu and I'm going to choose isolate layers. And I'm going to scroll in down here and I'm going to pick one of these existing contour labels, one of the lines, and that's the 852. So those are the intermediates. I'm going to also get the 850 and the 851. So now I should have just all of these contour layers selected and isolated, and they go from 70 to 6. Right, here's a problem. 69. Oh no, I thought that says 68. It didn't. It's 869, 68, 67, 66, 65. Okay, so that all looks good. Now, what I want to do is I'm going to make everything here 0 elevation and show you how this is going to help us do some work. So right now, you see they are elevated, okay? But I'm going to make these all at 0 elevation. This would be the case of where if you've got, okay, you haven't had any, yeah, so a lot of times things are not elevated. They will have things like finished pad and spot elevations shown. Yes, so we're going to use that to elevate some curb lines and stuff like that in our other example. But here's a real quick illustration of, let's say you're doing contours. It's just another way of elevating things. Now, granted, you don't ever, you haven't yet run into that situation, but if you ever get on a project where the only thing that gives you PDF files and you've got them, but they're all down at 0. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the elevation for everything here to 0. I'm going to elevate. I'm going to choose change elevations. I'm going to make this absolute. I'm going to say OK. So now select the line work or the text. So I'm going to what is it? Select line work text of elevation. No, I'm sorry. I'm going to choose E for enter. So E for enter. Now I need to, I'm sorry, let me run that command again. Change elevation, absolute. Hit OK. Now, instead of selecting line work, I'm going to type E to enter, and I'm going to make that 0. Now I'm going to select everything here, and this is all going to be 0. Okay. Give that a minute to finish up. Okay, so now you see when I zoom this thing up, you see it's all flat, except I missed those. I'm just going to select those and delete them. I don't really, I'm not worried. I'm not looking at that area. So I've got everything here set down to 0. So how do we get those elevated? And here's an example of how those colors are going to help us as well. If I turn off my existing and design and other, turn on. All right, so there's my existing. I'm going to go back to my settings, Carlson configure, take off. I'm going to go back to these colors and say exit, and then I'm going to go to my, and so now you see everything is red because it has no elevation. So here's how that automatic business works. If I see down here, I go 44, 45, so that goes all the way up here to 50, 60, 70. So that goes to 70 from there. So I know if I go across all of those, I can do that. So if I go to my Elevate menu, I've got this group down here called Assign Contour Elevations, and I'm going to do these as a multiple in series. You can also do by labels, in which case it will read the text and set the elevation. But if I do multiple in series, I want to go 1 foot as my interval. I'm not going to change the layers or any of that stuff to, if I said change, I could have them change, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to leave them alone. I'll say okay, and now it wants me to give a first point. So I'm going to drag a line from here, which would be my 841, and I'm going to drag all the way across up here to 870, and I think I'm in good shape. So now at the beginning elevation, I'm going to type as 841, and it's going to go up. And so now you see the ones that I crossed, so they weren't joined. So in which case, that would be one thing I might want to do first. Let me fix that. Let's go to drawing cleanup. So file drawing cleanup. I'm going to clear. Then I'm going to join line work with same endpoints and say okay. So it's now going to join everything together. So now there'll be individual lines. Now, if they have broken, yeah, see, they broke at the labels. So in that particular case, we still might have to be using pieces. All right, so if we go back now to repeat that change elevation, I'm going to go from here up to here. Start at 841, go up. Now I'm going to go from here, oops, repeat the command. I'm going to go from here down. Whoops, sorry. Try that again. Repeat the command. I'm going to go from here down. 871 would have been the next one. Well, I'm going to keep that at 870. And this time I'm going to go down. So now I've changed those. And then you would go from here, say, repeat the command, go from 860. So 860 down. And so now those are, that's a way of how this color can help you, let you know what you've managed to change, what you may still need to go back and change. If I go to my inquiry menu, turn my drawing inspector on and off, right click, make sure elevation is on. Then I can go through and spot check some of these. It's 849, it's 850, all that looks good. Up here, there's 869, 870. So that's how, and there's other ways to change elevations. You can, set elevation based on text. You can just simply set the elevation. And if I simply take this line right here, and that's supposed to be 863, if I select it, go to my properties, put its elevation in as 863 and hit enter, well, it now has an elevation of 863, but it's still red. See, that's a case where that was not a Carlson command that did it. So that's where I would go back to takeoff, update colors for set elevation. So now that one did it. Okay, but if you did something like change elevation and just did an absolute, and instead of typing in elevation, maybe I said select. So I'd hit S to select, and I'm going to select this 860. I'm not going to add to that elevation, so I'll keep it 0. And now I'm going to make this and this. And then if I had any other 860s, here's one here and here, and here, and hit enter. Now again, that one didn't. All right, so see, because that was a Carlson command that changed it, you see how it updates the color. So if you changed it using a CAD command, just with properties or something, it won't necessarily update. Just go to the takeoff menu and choose update colors for set elevation. Okay. So enough to do with that. That's going to be where you're going to change these elevations is going to mostly be over here on this elevate menu. All right, so let's put that away. No need to save it. And let's open the file that we're going to use to work with. We're going to go to our data sets and we want to go to the getting started folder. I think, and then if I choose demo one, let me see if that's the right file. Yep, demo one. So go to the getting started folder and choose this file, demo one. Now, I haven't made any assignments yet. I haven't got a boundary around it yet, although I see that somebody has drawn a boundary. So that's going to be their limits of disturbance. But in this particular case, what we're going to do is, because we see out here, this is going to have a curb elevation back here of 1510. It's actually 81510. So 81510. And it has an existing ground elevation right in here of 815. Well, that works fairly well. There's some places, let's see, right here is 817.17. And here's the ground elevation at 817. Well, that's even still fairly okay. 819.2. This existing ground is 819, and this one is 820. So see, that shows the existing ground is higher than the curb line out here. So instead of just coming out to this line, I'm going to want to take, when we set the elevations of this back curb edge, I want to use that to tie into the existing ground out here because it's going to have a downslope or an upslope based on whether it's in cut or fill as it ties into the existing grade, the existing ground out here. And we'll use that to set our boundary and to set our total work. So we're going to not just these outside edges and stop, but we're going to go from there to tie it in to the existing ground. And if you remember from civil, I think we did it in your class, but there was a command that we used called design pad template that allowed us to do that. So that's what we're going to use. Once we get that outside edge set, we'll use that to tie to the existing ground and go from there. Okay. Now, let's go through here and identify some layers. And I see right in here, I've got, see, these are individual lines instead of polylines. I really would prefer these to be polylines. So I'm going to go through that drawing cleanup, and I'm going to do some join nearest, and I'm going to do conversions into polylines. And that way we can deal with those as individual pieces over their entire length. So let's see what else. I can see that's on a layer called INTER underscore DEP. So that's a depression layer. A depression layer. And over here is one called INTER contour. So I've got index contour, index depth for depression, index label. I've got inter contour, that's my intermediate contours, intermediate depression. And I don't have any labels except on the index. So I sort of already know which layers I'm going to be using. So I'm going to take my first trip here through drawing cleanup. So I'm going to go to File, Drawing Cleanup. I'm going to hit the clear button again, and I'm going to choose Join Line Work with the same endpoints. And I want to convert lines, arcs, circles, ellipses, 3D faces, and solids into polylines. And I'll also come down here and say set elevations outside of range to 0. I'm going to turn that on. And instead of these numbers, I'm going to hit scan drawing right now and let it tell me. So I see I've got some things that are set at -4 and they go up to 822. Well, I know my base elevation is 800 and something. So I'm going to change this -4. And I'm going to say maybe make that 500. And for this 822, I might make that say 1000. So anything lower than 500 or higher than 1000, it's going to set it to 0. So I'll say OK. And so now it has done that. It set 22. It found 22 things outside that range, set them to 0, and it joined up 2,755 line work entities. Now I can zoom down here and select this. You see that's now a polyline. And that, see now these depression polylines, if I remove that, I'm going to isolate that layer. These are my depressions. I want to get rid of these extra little vertices. That one's okay. Let's see, let's get rid of. Let's go to my remove polyline vertex. Command. Okay, pick a point to remove. It's not letting me do it with that. It's because it's start stop. Okay, no problem. We'll just do these. Just grab them all here and do it here. So you see what it did is it actually went and jumped out to those little tick marks, and they should have been separated away from it. But okay, now we got those done. We're going to do a join nearest. And this time we'll say okay. Look at its elevation. It's 801, 801, 813. All right, we'll restore layers. You see if there's anything on that index depression, which was index depression. Let me make that my current layer by double clicking it. I'm going to invert my selection and freeze. And hover, remove, hover, remove, hover, remove, hover, remove. Now I'm going to join nearest again and put that into a single entity. There we go. Restore, or let me thaw all. Everything's thawed, but now notice everything is gray because I've got those colors set. So let's go to the takeoff menu and define layer surface. And I'm going to find here on my other, everything is other. So I'm going to say my index contours, depression, and I'm just going to control click all of these: index, contour, depression, and label, intermediate, contour, and depression. And I'm going to come down here and say, I want those to go, excuse me, to go to existing, and I'll move those layers to existing. So now they're in existing. I'll save and exit. And now you see they all turn green, and I'm going to turn off my other. So there now is my contours that are going to define my other, or I'm sorry, define my existing conditions. And I might even, take a trip to my 3D viewer to see if everything looks kosher. And I can tell, because I know where some of these gotchas are. Right in here, for instance, you see how those contours don't line up, they don't meet up correctly. So that, and it'll form the surface, and it'll be a little crease in there. So there's some places, where, like right in here as well, where you could fix all that. Or again, for the purposes of what we're doing, we could just let it go. Just as long as, now see, and here's a case where here's a depression contour, and you see it actually crosses. Let's go back to my plan view. See, that depression contour crosses this contour, and that would generate an error. Here's a case where this contour gets close, it doesn't quite cross. There's where a contour goes out and just dead ends. So those aren't really valid contour shapes. Again, though, that's what we were given. Here's a place where they cross. Okay, so we would need to fix some of that stuff. So I would come over here now to fix those particular crossing areas. I'm going to look at this contour. I see it has an elevation of 815 in my properties. This has an elevation of 815. This has an elevation of 815. So that actually would not create a problem because they're the same elevation. All right, so I'm going to do over here on my modify, I'm going to do a fillet with a radius of 0, which is already set down here. I see it. So I'm going to go from here and here so that just climbs around, and then I'm going to break. I'll just type break. I'm going to break this contour there and there. So now they don't cross, so there's a couple of places. Here's a case, where one goes up here and dead ends. That has an elevation of 816. This has an elevation of 816. So it'd be sort of okay. Just not, here's a place where they cross. Again, 817, 817. Just for purity's sake, I would break that off so it doesn't cross. And I might tie these in together, but I'm not all that concerned about that part of it. Okay, so this is going to define my existing ground. Now, I need a boundary around, I want to take it all the way out here to this outside edges so that when I get to that back of curb line, I'm going to tie it into this as well. Okay, so to get that boundary around there, I'm going to do a shrink wrap. I'm going to draw shrink wrap entities. I'm going to let it go across gaps. I'm going to put it on a layer called C Topo Surface Boundary. That'll be fine. I'll set my perimeter reduction. Let's set it for right now to none and see what that looks like. Let's say okay. Let's draw this. Now it's going to draw the boundary, so that would be sufficient. That would be what I'd like to see. So it didn't do any chop ends in between, so that part's good. All right, so I've got that now as a boundary, and I need to assign that as my boundary. So I'll go to take off, and I'll come down here to perimeter, or I'm sorry, boundary polyline. I'm going to set the boundary polyline. Clear existing, yes, because that was that one that was drawn real tight into the design. I'm going to now select this. That's my overall boundary. So now I could go ahead and make existing, which is right here, the next step in my toolbar here, make existing ground. It did it. Okay, and if I want to look at that surface, I'm going to come over here to my surface. I can, right here, surface. I want to look at the original, just at the original ground. I'll say okay. And there now it is. And the contours that you see shown here are the ones that it creates because I've got this turned on. Okay, but, and you can see some of those problem areas. See right in there? You remember how those contours didn't actually cross. They didn't actually meet like that. If I go to my model tab and I'm going to add some entities, I'll add these contour lines. You can see that's how the contours did, but you see what it did, the triangulation went from this point, it jumped up and saw that point. Okay, and so really to fix all that, I need to keep this line from forming, so I need a break line, say from here, I'm going to choose this to add a break line. So I would need a break line to go from this point down to this point. So you see now that took out that giant thing, but now I've still got these. So I would have a break line from here to here. There we go. And I need something in between there. I don't really have, let's see if I go from here to here. There you see, so you can wind up, negotiating your way around these kind of things if you want. Go from there to there, and from there to there. Oops, can't do that one. From there to there, maybe. And then maybe from here to here, and from here to here. So, and like I said, you could spend all day chasing these kind of little errors around and trying to fix that. So we're not going to spend a lot of effort on that, but that would be some of the editing that you would need to do to fix some of those areas. You see, you're going to get these little vertical cliffs, basically. So, and you can see there's all kinds of little gotcha areas back over in this backside over here. So we could try to define those edges that made that, but again, all we had were the contours. So we're going to work with what we got and call it good from there. Okay. Save changes to the surface. Yeah, I'll go ahead and call no need. I'll just let it keep the surfaces that it had. All right. So now we have those three surfaces, and they happen to be equivalent at this time. You've got the original ground, you've got the subgrade adjustment, and you've got the topsoil removal and topsoil stripping, none of which we've applied, so we don't have a difference in the surface. Now, how that applies, and we'll just stay working with our existing surface at this point. But let's do this. Let's draw a polyline, and we'll go to draw 2D polyline. And I want to put this on a layer called V dash topsoil dash strip. Okay. And I'm just going to draw just an arbitrary polyline here. I'll type C to close. So that this might be where I've got some topsoil and I'm going to strip it out of that particular location. And then maybe I'll repeat that command and let's draw another one over here. Let's say from here to here to here to here and close. All right, so I've got two layers, two areas that I want to remove some topsoil from. So if I go to takeoff, and I'm going to look at my topsoil removal replacement areas, and I'm going to first of all define my topsoil depths. And I'm going to say I'm going to enter the depth, and the removal depth, let's say I'm going to call that, let's say 9 inches, which would be what, 0.75 feet. So 0.75. Replacement depth, let's say I'm going to put just 1 foot of topsoil back on, but I haven't defined any of those yet. You got shrink and swell where you could put those in. Densities, if you knew the density of the soil, so you could compute tonnage and costs and all that kind of stuff. And then we'll just make it as a vertical. We'll say okay. All right, so I've now defined the depth. And if I go back to topsoil and my topsoil removal replacement, I'm going to set my topsoil removal polylines. So I'm going to set this one and say, first of all, use the depth from what I just did for define, or use a custom amount. So you could have ones with different amounts. But I'm just going to go by my definition of 9 inches. I'll take this one and hit enter. Okay, so now I've defined that surface, or I've defined the amount of topsoil to take out of my existing surface. So I need to go back and remake the existing ground. So when I make that existing ground, it did it. It made those three surfaces. Remember, I've got the original ground and I've got the zone adjustment and the topsoil adjustment. So I'm going to go back to my surface and I'm going to look at original ground with first of all, the original ground. I'll say, okay. And I look at it here. Let's turn on these contours again. And you can see it's just like we said before. If I repeat that command, and this time look at original ground with subgrade and topsoil and say, okay. Now you see how the contours have changed. You see in here, you can see the trace of those removals. So it's taken that 9 inches out within that little area. And you can see this area up here, how it's taken out that 9 inches in there. You can see, let's change the sun shadow here so you can see the shadow casting. So you can see that it followed that, and if we add those features back in to our viewer, oh, they're not showing up because they're at 0 elevation. They're just boundaries. So see there they are down at 0. But you see their effect is to outline an area that we want to strip 9 inches from. Okay, so there you've seen that, how it made that adjustment. Now, there's another interesting way of looking at some of this information. And that is if you go to your, let me see where they put it. It's a quick profile from surfaces right here. It's on the roads menu. And if I do a quick profile, I'll go ahead and choose that. And now it says pick a starting point, or I could use a center line or an existing polyline, but I'm just going to pick a point here and drag across my site like this. Pick another point, and I'm through picking points. I'll just hit enter. And now when you look at that, let's look at it up here in plan view, and then let's come down here and we'll zoom this up a little bit. And now watch the what's the crosshairs, the blue crosshairs in the view below. As I travel along, you see it travels along there, and you can see the jump in the surface. Now I'm going to fit, let's do a 10 times vertical exaggeration. That way you can see it a little more distinctly. And so right when you get to the edge, that's where it pops back up. Now you see what I'm looking at over here on the right-hand side, the original ground and topsoil removal. If I had any subgrades that I've defined with my, if I had, like rock and different stuff underneath it, I would see a third surface being shown there. But right now that's the existing and the topsoil stripping. And so you would see all of that. In fact, let's do an adjust the alignment. I'm going to click that button, adjust alignment. I'm going to click near the end, and I'm going to come over here and click here. And then I'm going to choose adjust alignment again, and I'm going to click near that end, and I'm going to drag it across to that side. And so now you can see both of those zones, and you can see what happens as I traverse them. Now notice over here where when I get right in here, see that little, see that little pop-up right there? That's where that one contour is down below, and then it hits the contour on one side, then it hits the contour where it crosses, which is higher than the contours on either side. So that's an error in the surface contours. But, again, we're gonna just call it good for our purposes. Okay, so that's another nice way to be able to, if I adjust the alignment one more time, just click near the midpoint and see as I drag this in real time, you can see it's displaying all of that information there as I look at that going across my site. Now that becomes a lot more visually dynamic when you've got the design files in there as well as subgrade adjustment. You can see all of that stuff line up. You can see the ones that are grayed out, they would be available for you to work on there as well. Okay. So I'll click a spot to drop it, and I'm going to hit exit. So that's some of the adjustments that you could do. And then you could take these out again if you don't want to. You would just go to take off topsoil removal, and you could clear those polylines, remove the tags, and you say from all of them. Okay, so it doesn't actually delete the polylines. It just made them no longer topsoil stripping. So I don't need them anymore. I'm just going to select them and delete them. So take them out. So that's sort of how that works. Now, remember, my existing ground still has that topsoil removal in it. So I'm going to come back up here and choose make existing ground again, and it did it. So now I've done the existing ground. So now let's turn off my existing, and let's turn on other. And we need to set this stuff up as design. Now, part of the other was that right there's that outside boundary that they had already drawn. So I'm going to make sure that stays as other. But I want to set all of these things in here as design. So I'm going to, I see some contour labels in here as well. So I'm going to go back to takeoff and set layer for existing, or choose it from the toolbar over here. Set from existing, I'm going to choose that red label. Over here's another one. So those were my contour labels. So now they're off because I've turned off my design, or my existing rather, I'm sorry. Now, and so there's my existing on and off. That's what defined that surface. Notice I've also got in my toolbar here my display options. So if I choose that, and again, it's also available on the menu. But right now, here's my display setup. So I'm going to design surface display, just the entities. Others, just the entities. Existing, right now, because it's off, this is unchecked. But if I turn this on for existing contours, watch what happens. It creates contours based on it built the surface and then it generated the contours. These would be what the existing contours should look like. Okay, so here it is on a layer called CTR, contour INDEX-E, so existing index contour. So that's a system generated contour. Now they should match up. You see how they mostly matched up, but here's a case where one is a slightly different spot. So if I turn that off, but now my existing, again, these contours are the system generated ones. And I go back to my display options and I'm going to turn off that existing contours. You can also show the entire surface and it's going to draw it as triangles. All right, so there's the actual surface. And if I look at that in my 3D viewer, just like I normally do, that would be what it thinks of as the existing surface. And I can turn those on and off. Okay, again, I'll come back to here. My display options, I'll uncheck that and say okay. And now I'm just showing other, my design, on and off. There, I mean, my existing, there is no design yet. So I'm going to set my design layers. And I'm not going to get this outside layer, but I will get this layer. And I'm going to get a sample of these here just so they're there for me for reference. And I think that's all the same layer. I'm just going to grab a few of these. All right, that should be enough. And then they should turn blue, except they have not been elevated. And I've got a bunch of text labels that tell me what those elevations should be. This line I'm keeping as just other. That was their original boundary, but we made it out here. So now, when we come back after lunch, we're going to see how to elevate these, all of this line work, and then how to define the materials that exist, like in the parking lot, under the building, in the landscape areas, that sort of stuff. But now you can see we've got other is on right now. So I'll turn that off. There's existing, there's design, and there's other, one of which was our revised boundary. There's their original boundary, and right now it's doing nothing. Okay, so we'll turn that off, and we'll come back and we'll work on elevating all of this information. Okay, so if you've got it to that point, let's save the drawing. And we come back after lunch, we will look at doing that. Now, I'm sorry, I looked back over on your chat. I see you've been struggling with adding break lines. Should you added those in 3D Viewer? Yes, I will. When we come back to that viewer, now, what I did was when I looked at that surface, um, which was here, just the original ground. Okay. So what I did to create that break line, to add the break line, was I came out here and I saw where there was a problem. And let's turn off the fill just to see the triangles and where the contours go. So I can tell right there I've got, well, let's turn that back on a minute. See, I've got this high spot right in there because this contour comes up. Let me turn off the calculated contours. And I'm going to go to the Models tab and choose Add Entities. Oh, I haven't turned on these. There we go. So if I go back to my surface, which was here, original ground, let's go to the model and add. And I'm just going to take everything. Well, let's grab them with a window. All right, so there's my drawn contours, and I can see right there between those drawn contours, I've got some conflicting information going on. Here's a contour that comes up here high, and here's a low, and so I've got these individual spots. Now, what I need to do, when you think of break lines, is you want to think about putting in a barrier so that this triangulation edge, this edge right here, so that it doesn't form. I want to make sure that line can't form. So I need a line that crosses it. So maybe from the end of this contour line here to this point down here. So that's where those uh, lines are. You see the triangle edges. So I'm going to go from that point down to that point and put a line in between there, and that's going to break the triangulation from happening from this point up to this point over here. So how you do it in the viewer is you have to be looking at the surface file viewer, which we are, as opposed to the drawing entities viewer, the 3D viewer. And when you do that and you choose this arrow icon, now down below is where you get these edits available for you, where you can add a break line or remove a point, or say I could just remove that point, for instance. If I remove the point, I'm going to choose that. And I'm going to come over here and just double click near that point. So when it did that, it took that point out. So you see the end of that contour line is no longer being considered. Okay, so, but to put a break, I did an undo right there. And now to add a break line, I might come in here and say, I want to add a break line from this point here down to this point. I'm just double clicking. So I put a line from there to there, and that prevented this point from looking up here and seeing that point. Now I've got another situation right in here. If I go from here, double click there to double click here. See, now it went straight across. Same thing here. If I go from here to here. Okay, so you're really, what you're trying to do is you're looking at things you want to prevent from seeing. Like here's one right in here. If I look, like I don't want that to be, I want to break this so that that doesn't happen in there. So I would go from here, double click, and now I still got these in here, so I need to go from here, let's say, double click. I don't know if I can do this or not. Yeah, so now that's got, basically it comes up here to this and then drops down here to this edge in here. Okay, so those would be some of the, and then here's a case like I would go from here down to here, for instance. Yeah, so now, I've cleaned it up a little bit. I've got some situations in here where, uh, oh, stop. I would go from, say, from here to here. So I would clean those things up. Now, that being said, here's why I'm going to recommend against trying to do that in the viewer. I'm going to go to settings and turn off these triangle edges again. Is that when I do it this way, and if I exit, it says, do I want to save the surface? Well, if I said yes, well, which of those three surfaces am I working on right now? Right now, it's the OG surface. So I could fix that, but the corresponding other two surfaces don't have these edits in them. Okay, so I'd have to go and find those surfaces and make those same edits and try to make it done. So the best way to fix this, instead of saying yes, calling it the OG and having those other two surfaces be out of sync with it, the best way of doing this is to actually come out here and create the break lines that you're going to need manually and then rebuild all three surfaces. So I'm going to draw a 2D polyline for right now. And I'm going to call this 2D-BRKLN as a layer name. And I'm going to start right here, and I'm just going to snap to the endpoints. Oops. let's see, 2D polyline. I'm going to snap to these endpoints just to make sure I'm getting them all. And I'm going to repeat that and do it again. And I'm going to go from those endpoints. Okay. Now I need to elevate those based on where they're touching those other contour lines. So I'm going to go to elevate. I'm going to say 2D to 3D polylines by screen entities. I'll ignore zeros, and that means ignore zero elevations of the things you select to read, not the ones you're going to change. They're already zero. So I'm going to say ignore zero elevations, and I'll say I'm not going to use these proximity entities right now. So I'm going to say select these two lines, and now select the lines I want to read. Well, I want to read these, and I want to read these. All right, so now when I look at that in my 3D viewer, I see that they have indeed been created. Okay, as break lines, as elevated lines. And I now actually, what I should have, uh, when I did the conversion, I should have changed the layer. Let me just call that 3D break line. I'll make them purple. And I'm going to add those to my definition of existing. So I'm going to set my definitions right here, define layer, that's the same as takeoff, define layer, go to other, there's my 3D break line, and I'm going to move that to existing. I'll save and exit. So they're now, and they changed green, and I'm going to remake existing. Okay, so that's done. And now I'm going to view that surface, which was that original ground. And now I'm going to come over here and look at what I did. And you can see now it still has a problem because they don't exactly meet, so that, but they're defined, they're no longer have all that jumbled up mess. You've got the one little vertical rise here, and then you've got the other little vertical rise here. Okay. So we've sort of matched them up. What really should have happened is, we redirect, like you can see where that contour comes here and then jumps up and here and jumps up. So they've got some little differences in how those ends are supposed to be drawn. Okay, so I could fix that. And I would do the same thing over here, is either tie those original contours together like they're supposed to be, in which case they would look like this. Let me add them in. So, I would find, what this elevation is comparatively to these other ones. Let's see if I can point to it here. That's looking down there at the bottom. I see that's elevation of 817-ish. This is elevation of 818. This is 818. That's showing the same elevation. So, I would come in here. Let's take a look at the drawing inspector and look at the elevations. There's 813, 12, 11, and 10, but this is 8, 10. So I would maybe tie that together. This is 8, 15, but this is 8, 13. So that goes 15, 16, 17, 18. I don't have the contours in here. That's okay. But it goes from 810 to 815. This goes from 810 to 813. So, you would need to address that and to get it resolved into however it's supposed to really be. And you can see that differential, causes some problems. But if we were to tie back those originals, or if we were going there and decided that we wanted to just keep the vertical difference, we would do that same type of thing. Let's draw a 2D polyline at first. We'll change that to be 3D. And let's go from the ends all the way down. Repeat it again. And then we would go to elevate 2D to 3D by screen entities. This is where I should have converted it, but I didn't do it last time. So we'll do it now. They're on the right layer. So I'm going to convert these two, and then I'm going to select these lines to consider. It's now been done. That's now also been part of our definition. Let's update the colors. And now that you see they're part of that definition, I remake the existing. I go back and view that, and you'll see that same type of fix that we did over here, you're going to see over here now. So it's no longer, that problem, but you still have that there's a vertical discontinuity right in here, and there's in fact one across here that that break line didn't take out and fix. So you work your way around, and like I say, if I were to add a break line, say from here to here, and then say from here to here, let's see, something from there. And that one, and see if it'll. No, there's one. It would cross, so it won't let me fix it if I go from here to here. There we go. So you could resolve some of those things with that. But again, once you've made those types of edits to just sort of clean it up, then when you leave this and see there's another place where you need a break line, say from here to, I can't do it from that, say from here to here. And then from that's maybe remove this point. So you could do all kinds of little edits as you go around, but then when you leave this process, it's going to ask you if you want to save it. Well, then now you're stuck with that same problem. You can't record those changes that you made inside the viewer. In fact, I would maybe take this break line and Um, it's going to draw 3D polyline this time. And we'll continue this line. Maybe go up to here and then to here. Repeat that same. Continue this line to here, to here. And that's really as far as we can take it. Go back, rebuild, review. Now you should see some of that stuff had gotten cleared up. There's still some little spots in there, but you can see that right in there is the problem. There should be one from, like, we should have a break line, say from here. Whoops, sorry. Let me undo that and change this to add a break line. There should be a break line from here to here, if it'll let me do it. From here to here. There we go. So again, you would really, what I do in a case like this is I identify these areas where I know, oh, I should have a break line across this particular area, or over in here. Here's that one little contour that's stuck up um, in between those other two contours. So I would find out where those areas are, and then I would go back out to like right in here where this contour comes in at 815, and it's 814 here, and it's 814 there, and it jumps up a foot. This is 815, 815. So I would probably just simply break this from here out to here. And now let me exit my drawing inspector. I rebuild the existing, go back and look at it again. And now you can see I no longer have that spike down there that I used to have in the ground at that location that you saw in those profiles. Okay, so really the better way of doing it is to fix the data that caused the problem. Don't fix it in the viewer that you're working on the surface, and then you got to worry about getting all of those surfaces fixed. So find out where the problems are, what you need to do to fix it, go back out to the drawing and put those areas in, either move the ends of the contours and match them up to where they're supposed to be, or draw in some extra stuff. All kinds of ways to approach that, because if we looks like there's I missed that endpoint, but that's all right. It got the right elevation. But we had, this was 821, that's 820. This is 820, that's 820. So this comes up to 820, but then it jumps immediately to 821. So it climbs up a foot right here. Well, it doesn't really do that, probably. So we would either go back to the providers of this data and say, fix it, or we would try to fix it by making some informed calls. Here's 822, here's 820. So 821 is somewhere in here in between. So this 821 should come around, maybe hit up in there in the middle. And then this goes to 8. See, that's 820. And there's 822. See, there's no 821 contour. That's 822. That's 820. 820, 821, 820, 819. Those are those depression contours. Then back to 822 from 820. So there's an 821 contour in here that's missing. There's 820. That's 821, 820, 821, 820. 822. So, you know, whatever we need to do to fix those particular problems, let's fix them in the data and let it build the surface instead of trying to fix the surface. Okay, you follow the philosophy? So now let's turn off our design and we're going to come back after lunch and turn off the existing. We'll come back after lunch and work on the design. And I want to show you the difference between when we build the design, the difference when we choose with our setting, whether we extrapolate to the boundary perimeter, because remember we put that boundary way out here now. And so that's going to extrapolate all of that design surface out there or not, or it'll just chop it off. Okay, so we'll see that effect here in when we come back. All right. Okay, so let's save our drawing. When we come back, we'll pick it up from there. And well, I'll give you we'll give you a bonus 3 minutes on your lunch. How's that? So same deal. I'm going to stop the share and I'll pause our recording. All right, so hopefully you had a nice little lunch break. So there's a couple of things that we can do to set our elevations now for our um, design uh, elements or design entities. Now, we need to take a look at a couple of things here with, if I select this outside boundary, goes all around and you can see it's on a layer called proposed FC curb. So that's my face of curb uh, line. So that is, all around this parking area. And I've got an entrance that comes in over here. And I've got an entrance that comes in over here. And by the way, let me see if I can find out where this actually is. If I do my drawing setup, this is in, I think, California Zone 5. We'll see if it is here in a second. So I've set this to California Zone 5. I'm going to switch to GIS and I'm going to load up my Google Earth image. Let's see if we found the right one. It might be Zone 3, but I think it's Zone 5. Whoop, it's not Zone 5. Oh, let's see here. Maybe it's Zone 2. I don't know. Let's try that again. No. All right. Wow. You'd think at some point I'd know which one this is. All right, so I've looked at 2, 3, 5. Let's try 4. Pretty sure it's not 1. Whoops. Wow. Down to 2 more, 1 and 6. All right, let's try 1. Unbelievable. So as they say, it is always the last one. Problem is, you would have thought that I would have found it before now. And if that doesn't work, there's something wrong with it that I'm not understanding. There we go, finally. So let's tone this down. And you can see, so this is actually another one of those real projects. Now, you see it's slightly shifted because that's the difference in Google Earth and what's real. So um, you can see how the image is a little out of kilter. If we let's see, let's do a rubber sheet. Let me turn off my snaps. We go from there to there, from there to there, from there to there. Get some things over here on the other side. Whoops. Tighten this up just a little bit to there. Let's see, what else? Let's see, maybe another one in here. Here, let's see that corner. That corner's pretty well defined. All right, so that'll stretch it into place a little better. So that would be something we could tell. In fact, what I would probably do is hadn't really noticed this before, but I'm going to add some vertices here. I'm going to add from there up to there. Oops, let's undo that. Yeah, it'll be a little better help to find that. And and there's some other things here like the sidewalks aren't uh, indicated in their design. We could have that and add to it. Now the building footprints are shifted a little bit because they are, the buildings have lean to them. This is higher than the ground. If you notice down here on the ground, it's hugging the ground around there, but this is called radial displacement. But the footprint looks good. Everything else looks good there. They did not have this little island, this island. They do have this one. But in any case, you get the idea. And this is possible because of the, it's on state plane coordinates. So I've told it um, what the coordinate was, what it's supposed to be. uh, State Plane California Zone 6. And then I went to the GIS module from Carlson and added the Google Earth image. And then I went to the CADNet module and went to the raster and chose this rubber sheet command, which is what I used to get the image to tighten into our drawn elements. Okay, so for our purposes, not much other than same. In fact, I'll freeze that layer. It's just some verification that we have, but we also were able to put this in here. Now, we don't know the elevations out here, but we're going to assume it goes from this elevation around to this elevation at a constant rate. So that's how we're going to do that. Now, when we elevate these lines, we're going to use those text text labels to do the elevation. And this is on that layer, like I said, face of curb. So that's going to be the edge of the asphalt up against the curb. So the curb actually is going to have a top and then a back that we'll need to add into these features. So one of the things that we're going to need to do is right up here, if I look at this line as it goes around, uh, I see that it is, and I look over here in my properties, it's not closed. You see, it doesn't close off here. It just goes out here to the edges, and it doesn't have to close, but we're going to want to make it closed. And this is, and I'm going to need to hover over that and convert to a line. Okay. The reason we want that to be a closed polyline is because we're going to use that as a boundary that says, hey, this is our parking lot. This has asphalt and it has certain depth of material. There's certain asphalt layers and there's stone underneath that and whatever else goes into the subgrade. And so everything inside of that is going to be of that nature. So it would go from this edge over here all the way across the site to this other edge over here and be that same depth of material. However, when it finds these other things like this and this and this and this, then it's going to, excuse me, it's going to find, um, it's going to say when it goes from here and it hits another one over here, it's going to interrupt that. This same thing can be done. It can be illustrated by a simple hatch. If we draw a hatch, so I'm just going to draw a hatch, standard hatch, and we'll just pick an internal point. So if I pick this point here, that is going to be the part that gets done as that material. Okay. Um, so let me make sure this is closed. Yep, it's closed. This is closed. Yep, it's closed. So now if I draw that hatch again, I must have missed. I need to do, I need to do this. Normal type hatch. I'll pick an internal point, and now there we go. So all of those closed figures that are inside the outermost closed figure will be taken out of that material. So only the material is going to be defined where you see the hatch right now. And everything else is going to be, whatever else we tell it that it actually is composed of. And so our building's going to have another one, so it will no longer have um, that. So it's going to have a different one inside the building here. We might have a different one for that little landscape plaza. I'm not sure. We'll take a look at it here in a minute. So that's how this actually is going to be working. And I'll cancel that. So when we tell it that this is our asphalt pavement material, it's only going to apply it up until it hits those other boundaries. Okay. So, excuse me. But let's worry about getting these things elevated first. So here's an elevation indicated for our building pad. Our building itself has an elevation of 18.70 for the pad. Now, you can simply select that polyline, go over here to the elevation field because it's a 2D polyline. You can give it an elevation of 818.70. That would work. That would supply that elevation. But what happens is, what is the elevation right in here? Okay, because we don't really prepare a pad for that building that follows that exact outline. We normally do a building pad as an elevation, as a, a sort of a surround for that building pad. And we would set that from, let's see if find where I'm gonna create it. Let's see here. I want to draw that as I want to draw a building pad around there. I don't see that in here. Let's see if we can find where it is. If I'm in civil, and I go to draw building envelope polyline, that is a command called building param. So if I go to my help and look for command search, if I type BLDG underscore param, all right, so draw building envelope. It's on the COGO menu, the 3D data menu, and it's also on Elevate. It's on the Elevate menu. So there we go. That's what I was looking for. So I'll go to Elevate, go back to construction. Elevate, There we go. Now draw a building envelope polyline. That's what I was looking for. There we go. So we'll call this building pad, and we're just going to go 5 feet offset. And that should work. I'm going to say okay. We'll select our building, say okay. And so now it's gone 5 feet outside of that building, all the way around it to set the pad. Well, looks like 5 feet was a little too much in here. We need to make sure we're not out into the parking lot. So we can either just do a standard offset and bring that back in, or we can modify this. We could select our, let's see, draw another one. No. If we did this, we could add a vertex to, we could do something like this. We'll go to the nearest right in here. And then add another vertex, go to the nearest point right in here. Oh, nearest. And then maybe remove that vertex. So you see, we could make some edits to it like that, or we could take the 5 foot and so let's add a vertex right there. Let's add a vertex right there. And let's move this guy to be right opposite there. So that's pulled it back. Excuse me, that's pulled it back from the parking lot edge. That would be our prepared building pad. So we could do that and set that as a building pad that has a certain material underneath it. And then our building has also separate material underneath it as well. Okay. So, or you could have, if we go back to elevate, draw building envelope polyline, instead of a 5 foot offset, let's just do a 2 foot offset, see what that does for us. We'll go here. And so now that stays within the perimeter. Let's do another one. No, let's get rid of these. Instead of 2 foot, let's make it a 1 foot. So draw building envelope polyline. Let's make it 1 foot offset. We'll select this. So there now is 1 foot outside the building all the way around as a pad. So we can make that our prepared pad, and the building would have its own separate materials underneath that as well. So we need to add, let's see, this is my design. Let's get that other back on. So I want to set design. I want to set that into design. Now let's turn other off. And we've got that set now. So our pad elevation is going to be 818.70. So again, you could select it and just type that number inside the properties. Now notice it's red now because it has 0 elevation. So if I want to set that to its elevation, again, I could do it that way, or I could go to elevate and I could say change elevations to an absolute, say okay. And now I got 2 choices on the command line. I can either enter, I can type E and hit enter, and it would ask me to type in this number, or I can select, and that's what's chosen right now, I can select line work or text of elevation. So if I do that, and that's in brackets, so that's my default. So I'm just going to select that text. So you see here, it read the text and it asked me to enter any additional value to add or subtract from that. Zero's fine. So I just hit enter. Now it's cycling through to add another one. I'm done. I just hit enter and hit enter. So now I have set this. Oh, I must have missed it. Let's see. Repeat change elevation, select the line work. There it is. Nothing there. Now select, that's what I forgot to do, was select what I was going to change. Select another, enter to end. All right, so now you see it changed to be blue because it is now at elevation. All right, so now if that's my building pad elevation, what would be the elevation of my, well, what's my finished floor elevation? Maybe it's the same thing. But normally, like, what do you, oh, okay, good. I see you found it was under elevate construction. What do you, normally, like when you're preparing a building pad, how far below finished floor do you typically make those, if you know offhand? Because, sometimes there's a step up or whatever. You do not subgrade building pads. Okay. What do you mean by that? It's just graded dirt to that level, correct? But then when you're putting a building on top of that pad, is the finished floor at that same elevation? Or is it like usually, 8 inches above or something? Like if I were gonna make this slab on grade, would that could also be my finished floor for my building? All right, let's just make it, we'll make it a little bit, let's just make it 8 inches higher than the pad. Let's see. Oh, I see what you're saying. All right. So you would set that to that same elevation. All right. So if we're going to set the finished floor on our building, I want to give it a slightly different elevation so you can see it when we look at our surfaces once we're done. So let's set the elevation. We're going to change elevations to absolute again. We're going to select that same line work, 81817, but now enter an elevation to add. So I'm going to just type 0.67, so that's 8 inches above, and I'll select that. Nothing more. And now this is an elevation of 19.37. So it's raised up. The finished floor is a little bit higher than the pad itself. And we'll be able to see that once we've developed our surface here. Or let's see, even better. I don't know. Let's repeat that. Let's do the change again. This time, let's set it to that same elevation. We'll just give it some depth. All right, so we're done. We're done. So now that has an elevation 81870, same as their pad. Excuse me. All right, so now we need to do the same thing here. Now this one, they dropped off the 8 from the 800. So let's repeat that command, which was change elevation, absolute. We're going to choose that text, and we're going to add 800 to it. We'll select that entity, nothing else. And now we select that, look in its properties, and see it has an 817.56. Okay, so far so good. Everything else has variable elevations around it. Okay, so we need to set those according to those lines in text. All right. And again, this is on our layer face of curb. This is on the layer here, also the proposed face of curb. All right, so how do we set those elevations as we want to read these numbers? Now you can see a couple of spots in here where here's I'm zooming in up to this corner. I see I've got a 1830 top of curb, 1780 FS, whatever that stands for. I'm not sure. It's like there's some places that says FS and some places says FL. FL, I assume means flow line. FS, I'm not sure what it means, but you can see it's typically half a foot of drop. Okay, so half a foot, half a foot. And here's a case where it comes down to nearly the same elevation. So when we get the surrounding uh, lines, we're going to set this elevation for this line. We're going to use to read these flow line and flow S, whatever FS and flow line is. Those will be the elevations we set. And then we're going to offset another line up here to be the top of the curb, and we're going to use these elevations to set those. Okay. So before we set the elevation of this one, and I see right now I need to connect. That's just a dash line. It's changed its line style. All right, so we need to offset the back or the top of the curb, which is just going to be a slight little difference away. Remember, this is the edge of the asphalt. We need to come up basically vertically. So we're going to set that, we're going to offset this. We're just going to use a standard offset because it's still 2D. So I'm going to go to the edit menu and offset, standard offset. And I'm going to specify an offset distance of 0.05, just half a tenth. And I'm going to select that line and I'm going to go to away from the pavement side. So you see I've created that one. I'm going to do the same thing over here on this edge and go away from the pavement side. So now I've done that for the outside and now this inside. And now I need to do the same thing here. So I'll do this one and go here. I'm going to do the same thing on this island, here and go here. So I now have a flow line to read all these elevations, a top of curb line to read these elevations. And the reason we're doing that is because they're not uniformly the same distance apart. And that's because they've put in a couple of little depressed curbs. So you got some handicap ramps. All right. So, and then once we have that done, we will take this line that we do here, once it's elevated, and we're going to back up half a foot away from it and just set it at the same elevation all the way around. So we've got a little 6-inch curb created as part of our efforts. Okay. So let's elevate the inside lines, the ones that are down on the pavement, based on those labels. So we're going to go to the Elevate menu, 2D to 3D polyline, and we're going to do this by text with leader. Okay, so we choose that command. And it says, select a sample of the elevation text. So we're just going to take a sample. We're going to click once there for that sample text. And we don't hit enter. We've selected that. Now it says select a sample of a leader. So that's that one. And now it says select a sample of a polyline to convert. we'll select that one. Okay, and so now it says select all the lines that you want to convert. So we've given it the samples, we've identified the layers. So now we need to select everything that we want to read. It says select the polylines to convert, the leaders and the elevation labels to process. Now you could go individually, pick, but I'm just going to zoom out here and choose everything like this. Okay, and enter an elevation to add to the labels, and that's going to be 800. Okay, and so now this is what happens. Because those text items are all on the same layer, so it finds all of these different suffixes. Okay, so the ones that we want to use, we're going to select over here in our available column, and we're going to click the arrow to move them over here. So all the FLs and all the FSs are going to be used, and we'll say OK. And so now it says conflict is detected. Pick the polyline corresponding to the current leader, and it zooms in and shows you what it's looking at. So we need to pick the polyline that we want to actually use, and that's going to be this one on the inside or the parking lot side. So I'm going to pick, let's see, next for the next selection. So I'll type in for next selection. All right, so that's going to be the one it's going to use. So there we go. And then enter to accept the current object only. So I hit enter. And now it says another conflict detected. Which one do you want to use? Well, I'm going to come down, zoom into it. So it doesn't know which one of those lines. So I'm going to type in for next. So now it's using that one. I'll hit enter. Another place up here, I'll zoom in, I'll type in for next, hit enter. Found another one here. I'm going to type in for next, hit enter. One more, I'll type in for next, hit enter. And it will eventually finish. So in for next, hit enter. In for next, hit enter. In for next, hit enter. I think it's going to eventually finish here. In for next, hit enter. Now, in this case, this one is correct. That's on the parking lot, so I'm going to say enter. In this case, in for next, hit enter. In for next, hit enter. In for next, hit enter. Wow, is he going to go through all of these? Let's see. In for next, hit enter. 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 I think that one is, nope, it'll be in for next, hit enter. In for next, enter. So I see what's happening here is it's looking at all of these that it finds. I thought it was just, I think once I switched it, I was hoping it would use that and ignore the other ones. So I'm going to show you a little shortcut way that we're going to do it. Let's just type A for all objects. Well, you know what? Let's press escape. Let's not do this yet. And let's undo that, put them back to zeros. I think what I need to do is to keep that conflict from showing up, I want to put this on a different layer for right now. So I'm going to switch that. Let's put this on a different layer. We'll call it proposed gutter. All right, so it's now no longer there. It's frozen. Let me see what my proposed gutter looks like. If I turn off my design, turn on my other. Let's freeze the image. Let's go to our layers. We're going to find that gutter. Invert the selection. Freeze all of those. Let's see if there's anything actually on that. So this is actually on a layer called gutter. All right. So if I add that to my design, turn off my other, turn on my design. Whoops. Turn on my design. Let's see if I can find that. I've got two. Got two. My drawing inspector, and this time I'll turn off elevation and choose a layer name. I've got PR, proposed gutter, proposed face of curb. I don't know that that's, I think that proposed gutter. Hmm. Maybe, let's see, do I want to, so they've got a gutter distance. Let's see what that distance is. If I go from here, perpendicular out to here, that is 0.05. So they've actually already drawn that gutter. Face of curb, I think they mean top of curb. All right. And then there's a back of curb. Let me turn off this layer. Actually, I'm just going to delete that. We don't really need it. All right, so I've got this gutter, proposed face of curb, proposed gutter. What else did we have? If I go back to my define, look under other, proposed gutter flow line. Let's move that to design. Save the changes. Turn other off. I've got two, and they're both on PRFC curb. That was the one that I offset. So I'm going to select it and delete it. Now here I've got SC curb and I've got the gutter. See, this should have a gutter line on the inside of it, and it doesn't. And I defined gutter FL. Let's see what gutter FL looks like. Let's freeze them. Apparently there's nothing on that layer. Okay. So we turn everything on, turn off existing, turn off design. Turn on design. All right. So we have the gutter line in, let's see, we've got face of curb, gutter. So I've got, oh man, see, they've got this. They've got them all whacked out. There's a face of curb, face of curb. Proposed gutter, but that's not on the gutter side. That's back here on this side. So if I take that gutter and delete it. Now let me see what's in my layer inspector. Let's find that proposed gutter flow line. Proposed landscape, all right. Proposed face of curb. Proposed elevation, perimeter pad, building pad. All right, so those gutter and stuff are not going to apply anymore. So I'm going to go back to my definition and I'm going to change this face of curb, gutter and gutter flow line. We'll put them back into other just in case there's anything left on them. Save, exit. And now there's my other, design off, back on. All right, so now I've got a single line. I've got these lines. This is the one I offset. And I think I've also got that one offset. Yep. And we're going to make a new layer and put those on there for now. So I'm going to go to my layer control. I'm going to make a new layer. I'm going to call that PR-curb-TC, top of curb. And I also had PR dash, just rename that to be consistent. PR dash curb dash face of curb. And go back to my definitions to make sure we've got that. So design, other, use a face of curb. We'll move to design. So that's FC, that's FC. So this one, nope, this one, and this one is going to be top of curb, and it's frozen. There we go. Now I'm going to offset this one at same distance, 0.05. And let's repeat that command. Oops, let's exit this. Repeat the offset. I'm going to set it on a layer, into the layer option for offset entities. Doesn't matter. Let's see. Let's just offset a 0.05 here to here now. And now we're going to take that and put that on our top of curve layer. All right, so it's now ready once we get to it. So is that one. So is that other one. We need to now repeat this offset for for this one. Repeat offset, same distance here to here now. Okay, so now we've got this one that needs to change to the top of curve. Now, so what I've done is I've offset all of the flow lines or the face of curb. I've offset 0.05 to be the top of the curb. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to elevate this line based on these FS and FL labels. And then we're going to add that other, well, we can actually turn that on. We go back to our definitions. Whoops. Go back to our definitions. Go to other. That was the top of curb. We'll move to design. Save and exit. Okay. So now we've got both of those lines, but they're on different layers. There we go. That's what we needed to do. Make sure I've got double lines everywhere. Yep. Same thing in here, double, double, and double. All right. So now we're in good shape. We're ready to go. So now let's go to elevate, and we're going to elevate 2D to 3D by text with leader. So again, select a sample of elevation text. That would be this. Select a sample of a leader. That would be this. And now select a sample of the polyline to convert. And now because they're on different layers, it's only going to read that layer. So now it says select the polylines to convert, the leaders and the elevation labels to process. Now I can zoom out and just grab everything. Okay. And elevation to add will be 800. And I want my flow lines and whatever FS means to be the ones I want to do. Now notice we could add a vertical offset down here below as well, although we've already told it the 800 feet, but that's one way that you can do that. You can select this and type 800 in there if we didn't do it the first time. So now there's my suffixes to use. I'm going to say OK. And now what's going on? It says conflict detected. I didn't see the conflict. Let's say A for all objects. All right, so now we've elevated the flow lines, but the top of curbs are not. Now, you may notice here, you see how these are looking like little chopped off, segmented. They're not actually, they're true arc. Well, that one is, but this red one should look like a true arc because it was an arc to begin with. That has to do with a view resolution system variable. And I'm going to type that view res. Yes, I'll take fast zooms. And now it's set down to 100. I'm going to bump that all the way up to 20,000. And so now you see that's a smooth arc. This is not an arc because it's a 3D polyline. It converted that arc, all of these arcs, it converted it into segmented pieces because it now has changing elevation around it, and you can't represent that as true arcs in 3D space. And if you recall from civil, we looked at that under our settings, Carlson configured general settings, this over here. And so that replaced those arcs with segments such that right now I'm using the maximum offset. I'm saying I will allow as much as 2/100ths of a foot of an offset. So the original arc will differ from those segmented pieces by no more than 2/100ths around that edge. And that's close enough for us. And it winds up not making so many, you can see each of those points is going to be the corner of a triangle. If I had that set to like 0.00001, you'd see hundreds, maybe thousands of little vertices around here. So we didn't need that many. That's sufficient. Now, let's repeat the process. We've now done the flow lines, and you can see they're all blue, and we've got the doubled up red ones that weren't converted. So let's use the same technique, except use the top of curb prefixes. So let's go back to elevate 2D to 3D by text with leader. We need to select a sample of the elevation text, select a sample of the annotation leader, and select a sample of the polyline to convert. That's going to be that right there. Okay, and now select the polylines to convert the leaders and the elevation labels to process. We're going to zoom out here and just grab everything, hit enter. Elevation to add, 800. And so now we're going to take the top of the curb and process that alone and say okay. And now you see it didn't run into any conflicts, and it took that because that gap was considered small enough that it's going to read it. So if I click here and hover in that little dot, I read its elevation down here on the command line or on the status bar as 817.4384. That was 17.44. So that set it correctly. Right there's the one that's set for 44. This one is set to 4384 because it's coming off of this one in a continuous run. So just a little tweak on that. Same thing, you're going to get those same type corners. This is going to match. That's going to be a slightly different, but for all practical purposes, the same thing. All right, so now it looks like everything is converted. So let's set the back of the curb next. And we're going to, let's make a new layer. And we're going to call this one PR curb dash. So PR curb dash BC for back of curb. And we'll make that yellow just for yucks for later, and that'll be fine. And so now, because this is an elevated 3D polyline, we can't use a standard offset. We have to use a 3D offset. So let's go to the edit menu. I think we don't have it here. No, so we'll just go to edit, and we're going to choose 3D polyline utilities, and we're going to offset a 3D polyline. We'll go by interval method. So say okay. So now the horizontal amount would normally be half a foot, 0.5, but because I offset half a tenth, 0.45, just to be yucks. And vertical amount will be 0. So it'll be the same elevation, but half a foot away. So I'm going to go to that side. So there's now my back of curb for that line. I'm going to repeat the command, do the same thing, 0.45, 0, and I'm going to choose this one now and go to this side. That's good. Now, keeping the thing selected, I can now grab these other two islands. So I'm going to grab this one and go away from the parking lot. I'm going to come up here and grab, oh, I see I had a problem in there. It jumped across. So we'll fix that. So I'm going to take this one and go here. So now I need to fix that. And I think I've got everything else is correct, looks like. So this did not set that one correctly. Let's see what happened. So if I'm going to remove these two segments out of this line here so that I can recreate the arcs and reset their elevations. So I'm going to go to Edit, Polyline Utilities, remove polyline. I'm going to remove a polyline segment. Notice it's also that little toolbar icon that's up on my polyline toolbars. So I'm going to do that to both of these segments. Now I'm going to place this, I'm going to offset this line again. Let's see, well, how do I want to do this? 4292, 60 to 10, 62 to 12 to 100 to 50. All right, so that's 50 all the way around. All right, so let's try, because this doesn't have those separate, I'm going to erase those entire lines. Since this is a consistent half-foot step up, there's no like handicap ramp. Let's try setting this 3D offset and see if we can retain those edges. So I'll go to Edit, 3D Utilities Offset, again by interval. Horizontal amount, this time is 0.05. Vertical amount is 0.5. I'll select this polyline and I'll go to this side. So they're now set at the top of the curb. And in fact, I'm going to change that to be on the top of curb layer. So that's that. I'm going to repeat 3D offset by interval. And this time the horizontal amount, 0.45, and the vertical amount is 0. So I'm going to select this one and go this direction. So that now is fixed it. I'm going to select that and put that on my back of curb layer. All right, so now there they are. Now, they've all been elevated. And we can take a look at that. We're going to select everything and we're going to go to view, 3D view, drawing viewer. And we can see that we've got elevation. And if you zoom in, you'll see that curb structure exactly like we want it. Now you'll see also right in here, you see how that is that depressed curb. You see how that comes down? And now they came down here and they just went straight back up. And it really should come around further and then go back up. Okay, but their design was a little out of whack. And so now we could resolve some of that. Here's a case out here in the front. Let's see. There you can see how the curb comes around here and then it starts to dive down and it's all the same elevation around the front and then it climbs back up over here. Okay, so that followed all of those labels and set those elevations accordingly all around. Now we look over in this corner and let's look at this corner. That corner looks okay, but this corner has some goofiness to it. And let's see what's going on. You see what's indicated there. So we got a little bit of discontinuity in there. So let's see if we can figure out what that is doing over here. And I look at that and I see, here's where the geometry got so tight that it couldn't do those offsets correctly. I've got this line is okay. That's my original, where it came around and closed off. And then when I offset these backside edges, there was no other geometry out here to do that offset. So what we need to do is either, we can trim off our existing in here so that it offsets to these back edges, or since that came to a sharp point here, I need to bring these out and around. Whoops. Need to bring this out, go around the edge, and then do the same thing for this back of curb coming this way. Now, the actual way to fix this, because if you remember from the photograph, this was a driveway that came in from this other side. So there's not really a curb in here. So actually, so what I want to do there instead is to get rid of these curb lines just in that particular portion. So I'm going to go back to my polyline menu and I'm going to remove polyline segment. So I'm going to take out that back of curb there and that curb there. Okay. So now I'm coming around here and I can simply close these off if I wanted to. I don't really need to necessarily. But this is now defining my pavement all the way around, and this is my curb. If let's draw, I'm just going to draw a 2D polyline from here, say just the midpoint there to there. I'll select it and I'll extend it. Shoot. Hold on a second. There we go. So I've extended across and I'm going to use that now to trim. So I'm going to select it, right click and choose trim. And I'm just going to trim these edges off. So now I can take that and get rid of it. And I could do the same thing here. I could just draw a line across here and trim that back to there. No particular need to dress that up in there. All right. So now what we got going on out here? My 3D break line. What is that? Is it on design? Nope. 3D brake line, true. Let's turn design off, turn design back on. Now they're cleared. All right, so I've got everything elevated. Again, I'll select it. I'll do a view in my 3D viewer. I'll make sure everything looks okay there. That's fine there. I've got the same condition out here. I need to get rid of those back curb lines back here. So I'm going to delete polyline segment of this back edge and this back edge. And I'm just going to draw a 2D polyline from here to here. Oh, that's why it's turning those back on, because I drew this line and it's on that layer 3D brake line. That's what happened. All right, so no problem. All right, so I'm going to extend by distance. I'm going to pick this polyline and I'm just going to go foot. Do it here as well by foot. Select it, right click, trim. And I'm going to trim off these little edges. There. Now I can delete that. And let's toggle the design off and back on. So now I have everything done as 3D edges. I've got those two back lines taken off. Verify that. In my viewer, I can see my curbs go around there and stop, or they continue actually. And this inside edge is just the outline of the pavement, okay? Whereas the back side is the actual curb geometry itself. I've got these pads elevated and we are good to go. We can, at this point now, I'm going to put these labels back over on other. I don't need to see them with design anymore. So I'm going to choose this set other, and I'll just do a crossing around those. Now they've gone away. I can even do the same thing for, whoops, turn other back off. I'll do the same thing for this one. All right. So now there's my design elements. They're all elevated. I have a boundary that's already been declared, which is this outside edge here, okay? So let's do the next step in our checklist. We go to takeoff, look at our project checklist. We've done the definition, set boundary polyline. It says it's missing because I chose that command before. I need to go back and reset it. So I accidentally turned it off. So I'm going to go back to takeoff, boundary polyline, set the boundary polyline, choose it. Now that's done. Now I'll turn other off. So now this is going to illustrate a point here. If I go to settings, Carlson configure, takeoff site net settings. Right now I have this upper setting to extrapolate the surface to the boundary perimeter unchecked. So when I make, and we can see now my project checklist, I've done, I need to make existing, so that it needs to update because the boundary was there. And I haven't done the design surface. So I'm going to make existing, and I'm going to make design. Now let's view design without subgrade or topsoil. We'll say okay. And now you can see the elevation. See how it read all that information? Now here's an example of, here you can see those depressed curbs where they dropped down and then it came right back up. So that really should be flatter for more pieces. And, we would, if this were a job that I were doing for a client, I would take the effort to do that. I would fix all of these little places here, like it comes down and then it should stay flat and then come back up so that it doesn't wind up doing that. But in this case, and it should do like what you see right here along the front, comes down, stays flat, and then comes back up. All right, but we managed to get a good surface here, and you can see the building pad comes all the way out here, and then it comes down to the curb. And we had that sunken landscape area that was a different elevation than the building pad. It's like a foot deep. And there's another place where that depressed curb goes. All right, so we've managed to get that done. And you see how it comes out here to these edges where it has, we got a little problem right in there. All right, so that actually should be, well, this is, you see what it's doing if you look at this outermost edge down here, all of these triangles in here, if we were doing a normal surface build, those triangles would not be part of this surface, okay? Because it basically did a real tight shrink wrap around everything, and yet it, in these areas right in here, see, it didn't follow around that edge. That's why they had that one originally drawn that was real tight up against the edges. But we went out to the outside edge, but it only goes to the outermost reaches of what we've defined as design. Now, if we change our setting, go back to Carlson configure, take off, and we say extrapolate the surface to the boundary perimeter. Remember that outside boundary was way out here now. And let's uncheck use existing surface to extrapolate the design. We'll say okay, we'll say exit, and let's make design. So now off it went. Let's view the design. We choose our view surface. We use design without subgrade topsoil. We'll say okay, and there it is. And now you see where the curbs were, and it extrapolated everything out to the edge of that surface. And so the way it did that was it basically took those outermost triangles out in here and then just pushed them at whatever grade was coming into them all the way out to the outside edge. Okay. Now the other option, back to settings, Carlson configure, take off SiteNet settings, is to use the existing surface to extrapolate the design. So if we do that and say, okay, exit, rebuild our design, review the design surface, if I get the right icon here. Oh, there it is, sorry. design without subgrade topsoil. Now, when I look at this, what it's trying to do is when it gets to the outside edges of our design, it's going to try to use the existing ground out there where it can to extrapolate out to the final edges. So you see, those are some, in my opinion, sort of some dangerous options if you don't follow what's going on with those. So what I like to do is this. Let's go back to settings, Carlson configure, take off. I'm not going to extrapolate. And I'm going to rebuild. So now I'm back to where, and I still have these inside little triangles in here that I need to get rid of from those surfaces. And, you can do that a number of ways. We can go to view, 3D view, surface file viewer, and let's look at all of those surfaces. There's my design base, there's my final, and there's my ZN. So if I look at this one first, I'm going to unfill that, and I'm going to do some edits here. I'm going to select this arrow icon, and I'm going to choose that I want to remove triangles. And so I need to come in here now and find these triangles I want to remove. And I've got to basically double click the triangles that I want to get rid of. And that's not, problem is it's a real skinny and you've got to be inside. There's two lines in there. And I don't think I can zoom in tight enough. Well, let's see. I don't think, yeah, you can't. So anyway, what you could do is something like this, and you know, clean that up all the way around these outside edges and do it for all three of those surfaces and then save those changes. Now, obviously that's a little much for what we're trying to do. So I'm going to exit and not save those changes. So we still have those, but what we can do instead, we have this as that outer wrapper, that and that, and that needs to tie back to our existing ground. So we're going to add the design elements that are going to represent that. Okay. So that is our design pad template that you saw, remember, from Civil. So let's go to our surface menu and choose design pad template. And what we're going to target now is the existing ground. See, we have to tell it the target up here, existing ground, design ground, or other, or an elevation, or specific elevation. So we're going to target the existing ground. Slope direction from a closed polyline, where our polylines are not going to be closed, so we don't have to tell it inside or outside. It'll ask us to show it the direction. And we're going to use a ratio. We'll just use a nice little 4:1 slope. And we'll round these corners, we'll color the sides, we'll draw the side slopes. And then we're going to put this on a layer down here called PR for proposed dash Uh, outside dash pad. Whoops, I'm going to spell outside correctly. So propose outside pad, and we'll say OK. So now it says pick the pad polyline. So that's going to be this line here. And answer the question to fill out slope ratio, we'll do a 4:1 and a 4:1 if it's in cut. And pick the side. We're going to go to this side out here. So that now ties down to existing ground. And here it's in fill. Here it's in cut. That's in cut all the way around there. So it's actually lower than the existing ground. And I'm going to adjust and redesign no. Now I'm going to repeat the command and do it and just take the same choices. And I'm going to take this outside edge now, 4:1, 4:1, and go to that side. And that now will be that. Okay, no, I'm not going to redesign. Now, those have just drawn the geometry. If I look at that geometry in my 3D viewer, it's gonna, you'll see how it ties in. See, there's the existing ground. You can see how it climbs up to meet the existing ground. And in these other areas, like over here, it's above, so it's going to come down to meet the existing ground. And if I add that surface, let's just look at demo 1 dash EX. That's my existing ground. And let's come back here and color those in. So there you can see where I'm above, tying down. And over here is these areas that are in cut, where it goes out here. And if you look up underneath this, you can see there how it rises to meet up on that side. Okay, but you can also remember those little goofed up areas in there. All right, but that's about as good as we can get it. So now we need to add all of that geometry, and that's all on this layer called PR, or I'm sorry, called PR-outside-pad. So we want to add that layer to our design. So I'm going to choose here to add set layer for design. So I'll just pick one of those. And that now has become the design. So that's where our design would actually go around. And now I've got the outermost limits of my disturbance is along this. And so at this point, I can now shrink wrap this and make a new boundary instead of out here. I know I'm not going to be outside of that line. So when I do that, we won't get these triangles in here. So I'm going to make this object layer, which is topo surf boundary. That's going to be the layer I'm going to be on. So I'll turn that back off. And now I'm going to shrink wrap. So I'm going to draw shrink wrap entities. I think that'll be fine there. Let me see, do I want to go across bounded line work only? I think so. If I go to here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw a 2D polyline. And let's put that on C topo surf boundary. I'm going to go from here to here. And I'm also going to go from here to here to here. So I'm closing off these little holes. What the heck is going on with that? Oh, that didn't work very well. Huh. Well, let's see. I need to remove that segment that's crossing over itself there. So if I draw a 2D polyline, we'll set that pad layer. I'm going to go from there. And now I'm going to elevate that 2D to 3D by screen entities. I'm going to select this to convert. And I'm going to select this. So now I've elevated that. I'll go back to takeoff and update colors. There we go. So now I've got that done. I want to do the same thing here, 2D to 3D. Select this, and this. All right, so that's now been closed. That's been closed. That's been resolved. Come over to here to this area, and we need to close that gap. We don't actually need to elevate these. Let's see, let's draw that as a 3D. Oh, sorry. Let's just make it a 2D. C topo, surf boundary. Go from there to there to there. That's got a gap closed. This has a gap closed. All right, so now that's going to be closed all the way around it. So now when I shrink wrap, so I'm going to draw shrink wrap entities. I'm going to say use bounded line work only. So now it'll find those areas that were gapped. They're now been closed. I'm going to hit enter. And now you can see how it walks around that entire perimeter. And that's going to be my new boundary polyline. So I'm going to come up to my toolbar and set the boundary polyline. It asks to clear the existing. Yep. So select it, and there it is. It's now been done. And now I'm going to turn other back off. So now those gaps should be clear there. That's fine. That got fixed. Those gaps are clear. We just used them to draw the shrink wrap. And so now because I've changed the boundary, I need to update my existing. So I'm going to go back to make existing and I'm going to make design. And we've got some crossings. Let's see, where do we got? Aha. So got a stray fill line here. I'm going to just grab that and put it right up there. And maybe remove these. We got another one here. I'm just going to delete that entire line. I'll just take that. So that's now good. Let's see. Let's zoom to that area. We've got all right, so they're crossing. So I've got one here that I need to take out. This is because this geometry got a little tight in here. So I'm going to probably I took out that cross. I'm going to remove that vertex. And I'm going to bring that vertex up to here and then remove that vertex. What else might we have? We've got a couple of, fix that one, I think. Let's go ahead and put it down right there. Let's make sure that's 817 even. This is 817 even. Okay, so it's taking the elevations. A little bit of folding going on in here. So if I remove that vertex, I'll take this guy out. Yeah, got rid of that cross, I think. That's just one. Yeah. All right, so we cleared those. Let's look at our vertical edges. We've got one vertical edge right here. So this is needing to go there. So that now has 8, 15, 33, 88. That is 8, 15, 33, 88. That is 8, 15 even. So if I remove, oops, let's bring that to, it still says 815. Let's bring it over here. And let's take it from there to there. Now let's see if it is 815, 33, 88. Okay, so we now should have cleared all of our errors. So we'll go back out now and rebuild our design surface. Still got one vertical edge right there. Aha. Okay. So we've got and 8153388, 8153388, 8153388. Let's move that over to here. And then move it back, snapping to that. All right. Once more, we will build our design. It's still finding a problem. Got a problem with that little piece right in there. Let me erase it. And let me draw 3D polyline. We'll pick that as the layer. And we'll go from here to nearest. And go from here to nearest. Update my colors. They're now there. Now let's build the design. Wow, it still finds. All right, so let's move that out. That should be okay there. Let's see this. We'll get rid of. Let's take this. Snap it right there. Let's draw 3D polyline from here to nearest. Update my colors. Exit this and try it and see if it's still finding a vertical. There's some problem with that. Make design. Yeah, still finding those two edges. That was that piece that um, I added in where it used to cross over. So let's see if I can't figure out what's going on by looking at this in my 3D viewer. It's saying there's some vertical. I see it. So it's this line comes down here and then it jumps up. So I need to change that. I need to fix that little vertical jump right there. You see that? So to be able to do that, when I was moving things around just in plan view, I was missing those elevations. So I'm going to, now that I'm spun up to this orientation, I'm going to go to my settings tab here and I'm going to come down here where it says set the CAD view to the current view right here. So I'll choose that and then exit and come back out. I can now exit this. And let's see where we are. We are right in here. That's not where I was looking. It's right here. All right. So right here now, I've got this line and I've got this line, and that vertex needs to go away. So if I select this. Let's see if I can remove that vertex. That's now gone away. I'll now select that one and do the grip edit. I'll just pick it up and snap it right there. There we go. Now I'm going to choose this top button. So I'm now back in plan view. And now when I build my design, which I just did, I got no error boxes. So I've cleared all those errors. Okay. Now we can view the design. And now you see we no longer have those weird looking triangles in here. We just have enough to get out to the existing ground. And the existing ground also follows that boundary as well because we set that as our perimeter, remember? So now there's our little parking areas. There's our entrance coming in. You can see the curb on this side. And you can see it on that side as well. So we've got that part done. Now look what's going on in here. Because this edge, oh boy, I've got some really goofy things going on in here. I would probably need to establish some further break lines in there to get rid of some of that folding. It's very interesting how that did that. Why did it come up and then back down? It should have gone flat across. And that's in this right here. Aha. It tried to do that cross here. So what I'm going to do in this case is I'm going to break this. I'll show you the effect of that. So if I break, go to edit, break, uh, select object, second point. So I'm just going to take this line here from here. I'm going to go and just break it all the way out to here. So now that's only going to go there. And these are going to shoot flat across until it gets to that. So that will fix that. I may have the same type of thing in here. So I'll repeat my break. I'll take it from here and just get rid of that. Any other particular ones? Let's break this one out of there as well. Okay. So now let's rebuild our design. Let's review the design. Now you see how it went flat across there this time. And I've got some issues in here still. We fixed part of that, although we still got some little goofiness. We fixed part of that, except that in there had some weird stuff. Let's see if we can find it. That's this in here. So if I take, let me just get rid of that. So it should blend all of that. I may need, to draw a line across here or maybe here to here. Let's draw a 3D polyline. We're still on that pad, so we're going to go from there to there. Let's see what that does for us there. Let's get rid of this. And let's draw a 3D polyline again from here down to here. And again from here up to here. We'll just go with the nearest. All right, so that should smooth some of that out. Let's get rid of this. And that should, see, that's coming up. Let's draw another 3D poly from here. Let's take it all the way down to here. Repeat from here and take it down to right there. Update your colors if you wish. Rebuild. Review. And now yeah, so you see there we've taken out some of that mess in there. So we're flat out here till we climb up. We're flat over here till we climb back out. And then the same thing over here. We've got a little slight mound here where we drew those those two edges in. So that climbs up to the existing grade. All right, so I'm happy with all of that. Now notice this out here. This was in that corner where those existing grades were sort of goofy, but that's how it did it. Now, we got a couple of other things we might need to take a look at. We've got this sunken area in here in the middle because that landscape island is sitting down, a foot low. We've got, notice how these long, skinny triangles right in here are formed between this island and this island. And this curb line here goes across. So how would you fix that if you wanted to say, I don't want this stuff I don't want these triangles to form from here across to here. How do you fix that? Well, you need to put a break line in the way so that the point over here can't look all the way over here and see this point, and it can't form those triangles. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put in a series of lines across here and say that's where you're allowed to go, but you can't cross. So this goes from this corner up to this corner. Maybe that's okay. Maybe that's okay in there. So let's see if we can't tame these little areas as well. And those are going to be right in here. So right now I'm sitting here and I'm looking all the way across here and I'm climbing all the way up to there, but I don't want it to do that. I want to go from here across relatively flat. So I'm going to draw another 3D polyline. And again, I'll keep that on that outside pad layer just because this is where I'm working here. So I'm going to go from that corner and I'm going to shoot across here and go to this corner here, let's say. Let's see, maybe find that corner. All right, so that'll be a break line. So that will mean that this can only come down to here and then climb back up. So that should have fixed some of that. Now, these lines can still look across here. That's fine. That may be all we need to do. So update the colors and let's just build the design again. Let's view it. And so now see what we did with that line? That created that as an edge in our parking. And that's all brake lines are edges. So we went across here and there's basically a bit of a crease that comes down here and climbs back up. Now, you can gentle that out by adding more lines across if you knew what those slopes are, but I think that's really defining it quite nicely for us. We've got some other things in here where these are coming across, sort of these long skinny triangles. Those are probably okay. I think they're probably at the same elevation, so they should be okay. There's that piece we added back in over there. So we've set those up pretty nicely. We've got some edges you might want to put an edge across. I think those are pretty okay. Yeah, they look okay. You got some long triangles across here, so we could, you could get into refining this all day long. We could put center lines down the parking area and sort of swale them and do that. But this is going to be what we're going to be using. Now, right in here is an example of, remember we did that building pad? And you can see that pad outline is sitting up here above our curb. So I'm going to come out here and add these things into our view. So see right now this pad comes all the way out here to that elevation, but the curb is way down here. So I've got some interesting looking slopes coming off of there. They're not really, maybe some additional brake lines through there might help, or I think we're okay with it as it is. I'm going to also add this guy. See, there's that sunken area there. Now, that, if you look at this as a design, we park out here, we walk in, but look at the difference right there. Look at that difference in elevation. See, it comes to that building pad elevation and drops down to this edge right here. Now, if we did not have the building pad in there, it would go from the curb, this outside curb, and it would just go to this directly. It would smooth this out at an angle, okay? But we still need the building to be at a particular elevation. So if we want to see what that effect will have, let's do this. I'm going to take that building pad and I'm going to put it on a different layer. And that was, what is that layer? Let's see. That's called building pad. What layer is this on? That's just called pad. So if I go to my inquiry layer inspector, let's look at that building pad isolated. That's the only thing that's on there is building pad. So that's good. So now I'll exit and I'm going to go to my define layers list again. And I'm going to take design, that building pad, and I'm going to move it to other for right now. And now I'm going to rebuild design, and let's view the surface again. And so now let's go and add these things. So now you see it's a bit gentler, but you still got, this curb to curb, maybe there's a nice little flow line around the edges. I don't know exactly what's going on there. I can tell you what I would suspect would be an easier fix is to set this landscape island elevation up to match the building. Okay, so if we did that, and if I look at these elevations, let's turn my drawing inspector back on. Let's right click, turn off the layer and display the elevation. I see that elevation is 817.5. That's 818.7. So 1.2 feet low for this. So I'm going to raise that up. I want to change that elevation to match the building. So if I do that, how would I do it? I go to elevate. I can either change the elevation. It will be an absolute. And I'm going to select line work. So that's the elevation I want to use. So it read that elevation right here. And now select the things I want to change, which is that one. Okay, so now that's at that elevation. And if I now also, let me turn off my drawing inspector. If I also now go back to my layer definition, I can add that building pad back to design. Rebuild design, re-verify it with the view. And before we even get there, let's add those elements so you can see them. And now you can see the effect was to come from the curb to the building pad, and now that's going to be the same elevation here as this. So that's all going to be flat through there. And you might make it, a slight difference in elevation, or you might just, build it as it is. But for now, that would be what you would do. Now, I would really sort of question this in here. And maybe if we took that out again, let's go back to our definition, take our building pad and move it back to other. Rebuild, review. Get a little context here. So now you see it only goes to the edge of the building and then it dives to the curb. So it's a little bit gentler coming off the building down to the parking. Not ideal. I think I like that pad on there. Rebuild it, review it. Again, add some context here. So there now is going to be that. So, in real life, I don't know what that elevation difference is. Is it enough to, it's probably only about a foot. So, would that be a little retaining wall in there? I would say no. I think it's slight enough. Okay, so now we've done basically the total steps of building our design, building our existing, building our design. And you've seen some of the techniques on how we elevate some things. We add in a couple of brake lines here and there. You could put some brake lines across here to smooth some of that stuff out. But for now, that should be sufficient for what we're trying to do. We fixed that hump across the parking lot. We fixed those little crazy humps in here taken from that design pad template. And so we've got some things pretty well defined. All right, now, what we want to do, I want to add those outside edges. So now what we're going to do next, we're going to take our break first of all, but then what we're going to do is we're going to take this closed polyline that represented the face of the curb all the way around our parking lot, as well as, from that side and then also to this side. And remember when we first looked at that hatch example, but we're going to give it a definition that tells it what that material is. And so everything's going to be that material within those bounds. Same thing for the building. We're going to define what sits under the building. What are our materials? And so there's when you're going to start to notice those differences in those surfaces, those three design surfaces with the subzone adjustment, the subgrade adjustments. If we had topsoil stripping and removal, you could see those as those additional surfaces as well. Okay, and then we'll use all that to calculate our materials and our cost, if we know the cost per those material quantities. And I tell you right now, I have no real understanding of what things cost to build. If you have, you do. If not, we're just going to throw some numbers at it. All right, now I'm looking back at your chat here. I'm sorry I missed it earlier. Can we go through the design pad template again? Yes, we can do that again. Um, so um, so anyway, when we come back after a break, we'll go through that again and what we wound up doing. So I'm going to exit my viewer now. I'll be back here. Again, I'm just looking at design. I'm going to save our drawing. And I'm going to close this and open it back up again. I want to see if I can reset my cursor. I had that cursor wound up being that goofy looking magnifying glass. Now I've got my cursor back. Okay, good. So when we come back after lunch, I'll step you back through that design pad template. And what that basically did was it generated all of this stuff. I'm going to just isolate that layer. So it generated these um, all of the line work for taking that outside edge and targeting the existing grade at a 4-to-1 slope, either in fill or in cut. So it was a fairly gentle slope. Now we also had, we added that cross break line in there on that same layer. But it basically generates the takes the edge of the pad and it pushes out and finds that surface. And then it creates all of this line work. And these are all of those what are called side slope polylines. So it draws them in just for visualization. You don't even really need them in there because it can make a surface between this edge and this edge out here. So that's, one way you could do that is with that design pad template. And I like that for visualization. Now, one thing you can do is instead of design pad template, if I select, I want to just select the top of curb line. Let me get it over here as well. All right, so there's basically that. Now, design pad template, again, went out and found the target, went the slope of 4 to 1, and it created the outside intercept line and then filled in all the little lines in between so you could see them. There's an alternative to that, is our edit 3D polyline utilities. This is just offset the 3D polyline. But this time, instead of interval, constant, we're going to go to a surface. Okay. And if we do that, and we say okay, and we say round exterior corners, yep. Slope format will go by ratio because we'll use the same thing. So I'm going to offset this guy here, and I'm going to target my demo 1 EX. That's the existing ground, or the OG even. And we'll go 4 to 1, 4 to 1, and we're going to go to this side. Okay, so now you see that line there? That is that outside intercept line. So you can imagine all of those little daylight lines in there. If I turn that layer back on, you see all these little lines in here. So this white line that you did with that 3D offset was the very same thing that Design Pad Template did, except it also added all these little cross break lines in between. Okay, so that's just an alternate way of doing it. We didn't have to use Design Pad Template, but we did it that way to show it. Now, like I said, we're going to take our break, but when we come back, I'll step you through that process again so you can see it. Okay, and we'll turn the colors off so you can see how they work out there as well. So I'm going to take that and save that exit. We've got our two conditions are built. We haven't made our materials yet. We'll get started on that today and then wrap that up tomorrow with some additional work here. Okay, now all of what we've been looking at is all contained in this takeoff tutorial manual starting down here on page 761. So there's all of this other stuff here is the full documentation on the program. But now this has a bit of age to it. You see, this was written back in 2016. Of course, so was the civil manual. So back to 761. So that's basically here. You're starting takeoff. You open up the drawing. There you see that same drawing. Okay, and then they step you through some of the different commands. Set the layers, do the drawing cleanup, layer targets, a few commands inquiry to find out layer names. You can look at those and then define the materials. That's what we're going to start in. So all of this stuff is, again, documented. And here's an example. Let's see, verify the subgrade areas and take off, hatch the subgrade areas. So that was like I showed you the hatching. So that hatched the pavement. There's the building. Okay, so they're setting all of that up. Now they didn't, in this tutorial, they don't bother to make that three-dimensional curb. They're just taking this and then, making that it becomes a curb because they've, in this particular um, view, you see they've told it there's so much thickness of asphalt. So they've basically taken it from that edge and dropped it down. But they don't define it as the curb itself. They did the same thing inside the building here. You see they've got a subgrade under the building. And then up here's that landscape area and the landscape islands in there as well. Okay, so all of this stuff is basically here as well, but it's a bit more simplified in here. But there's 760 pages ahead of where it starts. That is basically the documentation of every single thing in the program. But this, and then it's a nice little thing to go to. So if you go to that and then if you look at it in the table of contents, it's chapter 20, tutorials menu. And it says tutorials menu, but it's not really, there's not a tutorial menu necessarily. I think they just wrote that wrong because they were coming off of, here's the help menu and project checklist and then tutorials menu. Now, this is also documentation for the program that they call Takeoff, R, whatever version, like R11, R12. And it's a standalone program, but it's basically the very same tools that you have in the construction module. Okay. Now they've got some, and there you see some pipe kind of work with what they call BIM, the building information management, that you can use as well. But this starts this particular tutorial and it steps you through that. Now, where that also happens to be is back over here in the drawing on the help menu. If you choose Carlson Manual, all the way down here at the bottom, there's this tutorials. If you expand that list out, you can see there's all kinds of different ones, but then you get in here, it says Takeoff SiteNet CAD file from start to finish. And that is basically that very same tutorial that you see documented in that book. And it's what we're doing. There's your hatching and all that kind of stuff. Okay. So a number of resources that you can use there. But when we come back after break, we'll go ahead and come back at 4 o'clock. And then we'll go through that design pad template again and see how that works. Okay. Let's see. Just want to see you merge the design with the original. Oh, okay. Let's see. You got the design pad to work. You wanted to see how you merged the design with the original. And oh, okay, I see. In the 3D viewer. All right, so we'll come back. I'll leave that chat window open. We'll come back to that. So I'm going to stop my share. And let's come back at 4 o'clock. And we'll start setting things up to do our materials when we look at that. And we'll go into more detail with that when we come back tomorrow. So let me pause our recording. All right, so how I looked at those different things in the viewer. When we chose from the toolbar here, there's this little icon that says surface. This is that takeoff reports viewer or toolbar. And it's also down here, you see there's a number of different reports and stuff that you can look at here. Here's this graphic reports, and one of which is this 3D viewer right here, surface. So that's the same thing as choosing the view menu, 3D view, surface file viewer, except here we have to pick the surface. When we do it from the takeoff tools, it knows we're only going to look at original ground, existing, or design. So it gives us these choices. So we can choose any of these original grounds or any of these design grounds. Those are those 3 different surfaces that we had those adjustments on. Okay. So if I look at design grade without subgrading topsoil, for instance, and choose OK, it loads up that surface. And we see go to our model tab and open up this surface, and we see right now the surface it has loaded is called Demo1-BS. That's that basic design surface with no adjustment to it. Okay. So that part is what's loaded here. Now, from this tab, this model tab, you have these icons right here where you can add a surface or you can add entities. If I add entities, it minimizes and tells me to pick. So here's where I can pick, just certain entities that I want to add, and it adds those into the viewer and it superimposes them on the surface. Well, likewise, you can also add a surface. And if I add a surface, now I need to go out here and pick the surface. So if I use that demo 1-OG, that's the original ground. Remember, no adjustments on the existing. And now there's it superimposed over top of my design file. And you can see, um, how it sits. And if I turn off, let's see if I go back out and grab, let me grab those uh, line work. You can see how there's the lines of how it came here, but you can see where the existing grade sticks through. But in areas that are in fill, you'll see these here, and areas in cut, you can look up underneath, you see in there in cut down here. So it goes from the curbs up to the existing ground in those particular areas. See, because the existing ground's way up there. Okay. And then once you have those loaded in here, you can then turn on and off these different surfaces. If you check down here at the bottom, it says double click to toggle the visibility. If you just double click, you can turn the surface on and off. And then take the design out of it. There's existing by itself. There's that. You can also control these different layers that you might want to uh, turn on and off. Let's see, let's just put the pad layers on. So now I've turned all those other things that I had loaded. So this is just a way of adding into the viewer is from this model tab. You choose either add entities where you select from the drawing. You can add a surface where you pick from a list of surfaces. And so that's all I did. I didn't actually combine the surfaces. I just showed one over top of the other. Did that clear up uh, your question on it? Yes, in terms of your wrap up by 4:45, we'll finish by 4:30. I have that on target. So that's what we normally would finish by. Um, okay, so I was thinking they had merged together, but that makes more sense. Yeah. Uh, yeah, so that's what I was doing in the viewer was just superimposing the two surfaces. Now, the one thing that I did do as one of those intermittent stages was we went back to our configure and we turned on this extrapolate out to the boundary, use existing surface. And that's where you saw all of those little long places where it extrapolated out to that outside boundary. Um, but in this case, we used design pad to generate the outermost that we're going to be doing if we were to tie this in. And then we made a new perimeter boundary based on that with a shrink wrap. Okay. So that now then is why when we view that surface, that's why these triangles that used to be out in here have been trimmed back because that boundary now is walked that outside edge. All right. So that's again the basic steps. Now we've got those two conditions done. We haven't made any materials and subgrades and any of that stuff yet. So the next steps would be to come down here and do these calculate total volumes and such like that. So we've got some uh, tools in here. So there was, we did our PDF if we needed to, we didn't. Drawing cleanup, define the layers, set the boundary, make existing, make design, Now here's calculate total volumes. That's really our first little step. So if we run that command, existing surface, source data definitions changed, update existing surface. Yes, it didn't really change, but we'll do it anyway. And this is where, and you could have, different zones, and you could tell it to balance if you wanted to and say, okay. And so when you do that, this is the very basic cut and fill volume analysis. And so we have a total, it gives us our maximum cut and fill. The areas, total inclusion, average cut depth, et cetera, et cetera. So right now we've got 2,000 yards of material that we have to haul off the site. Or we could change the elevation. We could raise it by 1/2 foot and get these to balance. Okay. Basically is what that's saying right there. The elevation change to reach balance. All right. Now, if we do that same calculate total volumes, if we do this, I'm not sure that this is, I don't think this will adjust the surfaces. I think it's just going to give us the numbers. Let's take a look and see. I say, okay. So now, balance cut and fill, adjusted the design surface. So it raised the design surface by 0.442. Okay. And so now we've got no volume to export, none to import. And so now you can see the actual cut volume is 3684.2, fill volume 3684.2. So that now has done that, but you see what it's done? It is offered to, it's taken our design surface and it raised it that amount so that it now balances. And if we say, yes, save this adjusted design surface, then it would recreate those design surfaces raised up that 0.442 that gave us a balanced condition. So we would say yes, and that would say that. But now what that would do is all of those elevations that we've set would no longer match those numbers. They'd be 0.442 feet higher. So the building would be higher, the curb lines, everything is just basically across the entire site raised that 0.442 differential. All right, so you don't normally do that when you're, building something like this and trying to get it set up for machine control, because what your job to do as a contractor would be is not to not to change the design, but to build the design. So whatever they give you as a design is what you got to do. And so your job would then be to take this, use these calculations to come up with volumes and numbers and materials and costs and things like that to help you do the cost estimate. And then once you have that done and you start to refine the model, the different surfaces and elevations and materials, then you can use those adjusted surfaces to go out there and build what's on the design. So in this case, I'm going to say, no, I don't want to save those. It just calculated it and told me what it would be if I were to do that. And so that would be what I would need to do to make the site reach balance. Now, that could well be something that you could do to show a developer that said, hey, if you raise this site up less than 1/2 foot all the way around, you won't have any earthwork to have to haul off. Otherwise, I got 2,000 yards of dirt I got to go take somewhere. So it could be something that you would wind up doing, but that's not normally something that you would do. You would normally, you know, give that back to the designer, or the designer would really have done that up front to try to get that to be a balanced condition. Now, there's all kinds of other constraints. on a project like this, because if I were to take this design and raise it up 1/2 foot, then when I come in from this other parking area down here and try to drive into my site, I've got a 6-inch bump I got to climb up. Same thing over here, for those roads. So, we need to make sure that all ties in with, what it has to match out there on the ground. We may have a reason that the building is set at a particular elevation. Maybe there's some, maybe the sewer lines coming out of the building are set at a certain elevation and we can't make them any higher or any lower. So, there's all kinds of other things that we may not be able to adjust. But it also, it's there. It's a nice little tool that we might be able to use to help us, to help the process. We may be able to, to show that to an owner and say, well, hey, if we just raise this up, it can we can get to that particular balanced condition. So there's all kinds of little bits of information that we can use to help us do this along the way. Okay. So when we take a look at that as an overall process, that's generally the the basic workflow. We've gone through that. So we've got those two conditions, existing and design. Now, if you remember from civil, we had, we didn't build our surfaces using that layer list and choose existing and design. We went to surface, triangulate and contour, and right up here, we gave it a name for that file, whatever we chose to call it. Okay, and then we selected the items that were going to be used. We manually selected them from the drawing as we built those surfaces. And we gave that a file name. Now, one of the things, and it's really easy to forget this when we're doing this workflow, is in your define layer surface materials, when you're doing these particular items, let's say we, instead of just using contour lines to represent the existing ground, maybe we had some spot elevations, we had all kinds of break lines, we had all kinds of stuff that helped us. Instead of doing it here from this list of layers, notice down here at the bottom, it says sort or surface source. Right now it's set to layers. That's the normal way of doing it in Takeoff. But you can also choose a file. If you switch to file and then you select the file, you could go out there and find a particular file, maybe that you did using triangulate and contour. You got refined very nicely, and then you could use that as the source, and it would read that file instead of reading this layer list. Okay. So it's a nice way, and I generally do this in sort of a hybrid fashion. Like, I'm not a big fan of trying to build surfaces out of contours, out of drawn contours. Again, I recognize the fact that sometimes that's all you've got. But, and in particular with design elements, is I typically will use all kinds of tools and tricks and set my break lines and do all of these kind of things and build a surface, and I will name that as a surface. And then I would go to my design tab, and instead of using layers, I would use a file, and that would become the surface. However, even with file chosen, and we use a file that we worked on with very, specific constraints and edits that we made to it, then that's going to be the file that it uses. But it will also take these elements, and let's say this building pad, there's a pad, the pad is the actual building itself. You see over here, this thing says report, it says no depth, there's nothing in those columns. Well, those are the depth, that's where we define the materials that are under there. So even if we're using a named file to set our design, it will also read this list and read from here once we define a particular depth. So it will basically adjust that file to make those subgrade differences. Okay, so and that's generally the way I do it, is I usually make my surfaces very specifically on named files. And then I use this list of layers to control things like this. If I select pad, again, that's the building. And you could come down here. Let me see, I've got some display, not display options, but you would basically set this as a layer on this pad. It's a closed polyline. And you would choose this edit layer, or you could simply double click. And when you do that, this is where you're going to give a name. See, up here's the layer called pad, and you're going to give it a name for the material. And those could be the same, or you could just say, well, instead of that material, this is going to be, what is that material name for that building? I might call that building subgrades, something like that. Or if it were, parking lot or just whatever it happens to be. So here's my building. And it has a target that it's going to work on. And now down here's where you start typing in things like concrete. Oops, let's put it in the right. We're going from the top down. So concrete. And I'm going to use my depth units over here on the right. I'm going to switch that to inches. So I'm going to say concrete, and I'm going to make an 8-inch slab, and it might be $25. I don't know. How do you pay for concrete? Is it, I have no idea. Let's call it 57.50 per uh, cubic yard. I have no idea. Again, you could set to tons, but if you use tons, then you have to define the density for it. But let's just say 57.50. So 8 inches of concrete. And under that concrete, 8 inch of concrete, I might have uh, crushed aggregate. And maybe I've got 12 inches for that. And that's, $125 a ton. And that's at 125 pounds per cubic foot. Okay. And let's say if we've done that now and choose, I would just say, okay. So now I've got a 20-inch total depth. I've got 8 inches and 12 inches. Yes, to report it as a material. And so we'll save and exit. And once I build my design, or if I had my design pointed to a specific file, it would use that file, but then it would also add in. So I'm going to use design with subgrade. And so now you're going to see within the footprint of the building, there's that amount of material taken out of this surface. Okay. Now you've also got, if you go back to our definitions, up here under design for our pad, you've got right up here, include in the material quantities, yes. A 3D drive view, you can do a default or a given texture where you can set, a particular material that you might want to look at. Let's look at concrete. Or you could do it by color. And let's see what else. Oh, that would work there. We'll save that, exit, we'll remake it. And now one of our other reports, besides just this total volumes that we saw before, we now have material quantities, and we can do a standard report for material quantities. We'll say, okay, and now you see I've got concrete. I've got 551.3 cubic yards at a cost of whatever we said it was, 57.50 right down here, 57.50 a yard. Saying again, these numbers are completely out of my butt. I have no idea what they're supposed to be. My crushed aggregate, I've got so many tons because I told it the density right here, $125 a ton, and it's 125 pounds per cubic foot. That number just happened to be the same. It didn't need to be. Shrink and swell factors, et cetera, et cetera. And that gives us our total cost for those materials. Okay. And now, because remember, I gave it that pattern, that texture I wanted to look at in that 3D drive. And that's sort of like viewing the surface that we saw a minute ago. And now, because I've defined it, you can now see that that's concrete, or it would really be stone or whatever it happens to be. Um, and when we do it in our 3D drive, you can also, under takeoff, surface tools, let's see. No, I want to do, I just want to do a 3D drive simulation. That's what I wanted to do, existing. Yeah, go ahead. And so now with that 3D design, I'm just going to say start in the middle. And so there now is my 3D drive. I hit run. I can change my view position. Let's do a bird or a pedestrian in the back, and I can steer it around and basically just climb all over my site. I can sort of, get a sense of what's going on. Say right here on this 4-to-1 side slope, you see I'm riding down that. And all of this information, you can change your surface transparencies, set your vertical scale. You can set a particular vehicle. There's a Blazer, got a bulldozer, haul truck, minivan, Land Rover, police car, all kinds of different things you can add into it, all these different buildings. There's a house, an office building, you got trees, different things you can add into the scenes, even different utilities, lampposts, a Jersey barrier, cell tower, etc. Okay. So you can do all of those things. And this is really just sort of gimmicky, but it's also a way to sort of get a sense of what's going on with the site because you can see it as you're going along it and you can watch the vehicle. And as it rocks and rolls, you can see, different things here like the direction it's going in. And now you watch these roll indicators and slope indicators. And you can turn different inputs and outputs you can add to the model, add solids, etc. And then here's, just like in the viewer, you've got these basic things. So if I want to take my building pad or my pad, let's see, turn pad off. You get different blocks, different solids. None of those are, see, double click to toggle visibility. And so again, just like we saw before, here's that visibility issue by double clicking over here. So that's much like it is the um, on the 3D viewer. And it's just an alternate way of visualizing your drawing. Okay. You can set looking out the back, looking behind it. Set the driver's position, looking out the back, looking out the front, looking out my left window. So let's do a pedestrian here again. Different shading types, smooth. You can't really tell much about it. There's based on various elevations. This would be based on the amount of cut and fill. Okay, so again, just different amounts of or different means of visualizing what's going on here in the surface. So no more flat. And again, now it's back to being a blue color. And there again is that subgrade taken off. All right. Let me switch to rotation mode so you can actually change, again, the same type of icons that you have in the 3D viewer, these hands and rotations and stuff like that. Stop the view and exit that. So that's part of what we can do with those is to, once we define those materials and the depths, and we can use that to accumulate not only that, but we also have those adjustments. So now real quick, the last little thing, and we're done for the day. If you look at the quick profile, which is here under the takeoff menu, quick profile. And again, we're going to give it a starting point. Let's just go from here, go straight across our site. Boom, boom. And now look at the different surfaces that you've got. I've got the original ground. I can toggle that on and off. And if I take out the topsoil removal, which I didn't have any topsoil removal defined. So now I've got let's take our final target off that design surface. That's the actual surface, the top of it. But my final target, see, I've got a subgrade adjust, which shows me that subgrade area here, where we drop down that 20 inches. And that happens to be exactly the same thing as the final target, but they're all there, all available, and you would see them if we had, if you had these topsoil removals, you would see them sitting underneath the existing. So right now, there's the original ground, and let's just use that final target. So that final target would be what I would go out there with the dozer and cut, and then I would come in and get to the building, and I'd have to cut down and come back here and then climb back up and come back out to this existing ground. Now, there would be other depths for things out here in the parking lot, just like we had in the building, this 20 inches. We're going to have some stuff out here in the pavement areas that you would see those show up as well. Now, each of those, I'll go ahead and exit that. Now, each of those surfaces, remember those 6 surfaces, we had 3 for existing, 3 for design. Well, you've got the ability now to take that, yeah, Carlson machine controls. You got a grade project, 3D grade simulation. Let's see, import, export. You can export a Trimble TTM file or a Topcon TN3 file. When you create those, you can then load those onto a dozer or something that does machine control and use that to control those, or under machine control itself, a 3D grade simulation. Load a project file. We don't really have a project done yet for that one, but anyway, those are the more advanced things of what we can do with that. All right. So we'll pick this up tomorrow where we'll start to define some materials. And we'll go ahead and save my drawing. And we'll get started. I'll send you a link later on today and or later, either later tonight or sometime before in the morning. Just watch your email. There'll be a link for tomorrow's session. It'll be a different link. Um, so we'll do that and we'll get started tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Unless you've got any questions for now, let's see. It looks like you typically have some leeway on adjusting the sites. Normally don't want to have to. Yeah, that's true. You wouldn't want to do that. So in that case, if you have some leeway on a particular site, if you're not having to meet other kind of constraints, then you could certainly use that tool to say, hey, balance the site, raise it up, boom, save your surface, and you're done. Okay, now it wouldn't match your as-built would not match your design necessarily, in which case you've made that adjustment, but that's fine, particularly if you've got that leeway and you're going to use that to balance the cut and fill. So there's an excellent tool that you'll be able to use. Okay. Questions? If not, I'll see you at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Okay. All good? Sounds good. Absolutely. We'll see you in the morning. I'll stop my share. I'll stop our recording.